This conference will now be recorded.
Well, I'll call the meeting to order, 9:01 a.m. Roll call.
Mike Solori,
Here.
Jeff Hildreth,
Here.
Kristen Sanders,
Here.
Wes Bonline,
Here.
Pastor Shane.
Here.
Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's move on to public comment. Anyone have a public comment of anything that is not listed on the agenda for today? Oh, Arlen.
I wasn't here last week.
Been a while, guys.
Yeah,
See you all.
welcome.
I just want to say that we're having another trash pickup for Strapoa on the 12th of next month at 10 a.m. And we'll be meeting up here. And we usually have enough people to do Shelter Cove Road down to the our ID office. So please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? All right. We're going to move on to something new, a public hearing. Public hearing is a little bit different. We're going to consider the status of the Resort Improvement District Number 1 vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. And then the second part, no, we have to go to the second part. So now the public hearing is open. This item is heard in accordance with AB 2561, which mandates public agencies conduct a noticed public hearing each fiscal year prior to budget adoption to present information on the status of our job vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. Staff will present information to comply and provide transparency related to these considerations. The public will be afforded an opportunity to speak and provide their testimony and comments during the comment period of this hearing. Chris, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is a requirement that we were not aware of until we attended a CSDA board meeting. So I'm fortunate that we did. So we are fulfilling this requirement. So to provide some background, in 2024, the California State Legislature passed Assembly Bill 2561, which added Section 3502.3 to the Government Code, requiring all local public agencies to hold a yearly public hearing on specified topics relating to recruitment and retention. The stated purpose of the bill was to address the critical issue of high vacancy rates within local public agencies in California. The bill states that special districts like ours must present the status of vacancies in recruitment and retention efforts at a public hearing at least once per fiscal year. At the hearing, the district is required to identify changes to policies and recruitment efforts that create hiring obstacles. Moreover, the special district must present the status of vacancies before adopting a final budget. The bill also allows recognized employee organizations or a bargaining unit to make a presentation at the public hearing at which the public agency presents the status of vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts for positions within that bargaining unit. I did notify the IBEW representative of this hearing, and he had some input via email, and that was about it. He is aware of this presentation. Lastly, if the number of job vacancies within a single bargaining unit meets or exceeds 20% of the total number of authorized full-time positions, the special district must provide all the following information during the hearing on the request of a recognized employee organization: the total number of job vacancies within the bargaining unit, the total number of applicants for vacant positions within the bargaining unit, the average number of days to complete the hiring process from when a position is posted, and opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions. So I'm going to share my screen and show you this graph. Okay, so the district currently has only one vacancy in the 9 positions listed under policy 2010 pertaining to employees in the confidential unit. And that position is temporary laborer. This position was revised last year primarily to add specific tasks and duties for the fire department. This position was not budgeted for in the current fiscal year, but is currently included in the draft fiscal year 25-26 budget. So we do plan on hiring someone in the next fiscal year, which begins in a couple weeks. And you can see that one is the only one highlighted yellow vacant. Of the 11 positions listed in Exhibit B1 of the MOU between RID and IBEW, 4 of them are currently vacant, or that equates to about 36%. 2 of these positions are frozen and have not been budgeted for in the current or future fiscal year budgets. The other 2 are budgeted with the intention of filling them in the next fiscal year, depending on eligible applicants. To highlight those particular positions, one of the frozen positions is industrial electrician and instrumentation technician. This is a specialized position with duties that can be accomplished by other district staff or contractors if necessary. This position was created in 2015 for the electrical department, mainly due to the lack of a journeyman lineman at the time, and to oversee potential alternative energy intertie equipment, which never materialized. Another responsibility of this position would be the water wastewater SCADA system. Current water and wastewater staff can manage the system once an outside contractor properly programs it and provides the requisite training scheduled for later this year. The other frozen position is the construction crew superintendent. This position was created when the number of utility connections to the district's infrastructure exceeded the current workload capacity of existing staff. That workload dropped off over 15 years ago. The duties and responsibilities of this position can now be overseen by the water wastewater superintendent and the construction crew foreman, retitled distribution and repair foreman last year. Now to go over the open positions and budgeted. First one, wastewater plant operator. This position was flown early last year, but there was only one applicant who did not have the certification required for that position. Since then, management decided to pursue an internal promotional strategy to fill this position, which is still underway. The aim is to have this position filled this upcoming fiscal year. The other open and budgeted position listed in Exhibit B1 is construction crew operator, retitled last year as distribution and repair operator. This position became vacant last year with retirement and an internal promotion. Just like the water plant, wastewater plant operator, the aim is to fill this position this upcoming fiscal year, also through internal promotion. One other thing to note about this graph here is that there are actually 2 general laborers. So the number of employees is a little bit deceptive on the graph. There's actually 1 extra employee than what it looks like. Job openings in the district, along with the average number of days to complete the hiring process from when a position is posted and the opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions, are all addressed in Policy 2201, which is titled Recruitment, Training, Retention, and Separation of District Personnel from District Employment. So, finalized financial impact regarding labor costs is stated in the budget, and the recommendation is to receive and file the annual employee vacancy report. And any questions or comments?
Okay, this is where we move to board discussion. Anyone have anything they'd like to add or any questions about this? Anybody? Bueller?
Yeah, I have some questions. So in terms of the temporary laborer, is it termed temporary because it's a part-time position, or it seems odd that we would have a temporary position that is listed as vacant if it's a temporary position?
Yeah, I think it is more of a part-time, seasonal type of employment. I guess the title can be changed. I guess to part-time, but yeah.
Okay, so it is a position that could be filled on a permanent basis, but just
Permanent part-time, I guess. But,
Yeah,
it's limited.
I would say that we definitely want to be more of a seasonal position because once an employee hits over 1,000 hours, then they have to enter into CalPERS and they become a much more expensive employee. And so this is to take care of, if you can chime in, this is, I believe, what he uses to take care of some of the what do you call them? The hydrant maintenance and stuff.
Okay, so yeah, so maybe seasonal labor.
Yeah, it's gonna be definitely a temporary. It's not gonna be part-time. So the 1,000 hours is our part-time labor or part-time employees. So, and I don't know if it actually pertains to the labor report as a temporary,
Okay,
not a part-time.
okay, yeah, that was my,
And it's limited by number of hours
Yeah.
per year.
okay. And then for the frozen positions, eh, are those positions that we are working with the IBEW to remove from our requirements, or what is the status of them being frozen?
At the beginning of this MOU, 3-year MOU, those positions were filled. And then I think in the second year of the MOU, those positions, second or third year, I think it was actually maybe the second year, both of those positions, the particular employee either retired or left. And the intention is to not have those positions in the next MOU.
Okay, thank you. And then with the internal hiring process of moving certain folks up to fill some of these vacancies, we'll still have the same number of vacancies, just with
Yeah.
positions that would have fewer, I guess, technical requirements to fill.
Well, we'll be able to hire a new, for instance, general laborer at that point if we have internal promotions.
Okay.
So they should be all be filled except for the frozen ones.
By a certain time, is the intention to have them filled by the end of the fiscal year, or
Yes, by the
okay,
end of this fiscal year.
including the seasonal labor?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so, although maybe it's getting to be, I think we still have some
The
more.
fiscal year coming up.
I know, yeah.
Right, not the
The next
current
fiscal
fiscal
year.
year. Right. Okay, thank you.
So I got a question, Chris.
Yeah.
So back to going off what Wes just said. So you are giving them another year to get their requirements, or are they gonna fulfill those requirements faster than that?
I think both. They're in their job descriptions, in those particular job descriptions, they have a year to get those requirements fulfilled. So that they have a timeline.
Okay, so but are they already in those job prescriptions now? And so my question would be then, when did that start?
Currently, those 2 vacant positions, there is no one in those positions.
So they're trying to get their certs in order
Yes.
to, okay, so until they're in that position, you're giving them a year to get their certs.
Yes.
To fill those positions. Okay.
Anybody else? Discussion?
Yes.
The distribution and repair operator under the electrical department, John, this question is for you. Is that the same as an employee that be working on the ground? When we spoke the other day, you mentioned that we should be having another employee.
I can chime in. Actually, the distribution and repair operator is more in the water department, but
Okay.
I think what you may be referring to is extra general laborer.
Extra general labor, but that's someone that is dedicated to the electrical department.
Yes.
So are we missing, do we need more employees in the electrical department?
I think, let's see, about a year ago, we had an organizational hierarchy presented that had extra general laborers. I think one in parks, one in electrical, and there was another one in water, wastewater. Yeah, so we can present this organizational plan hierarchy in the near future and show you where staff would like to see extra help.
Okay, I think that would be helpful. And then also, what is missing off of here and not discussed is the Parks and Rec aspect of the district. I know we have one employee who is dedicated to that position, however, isn't formally acknowledged as a Parks and Rec employee. And I think that it would behoove the district to have someone that is publicly and in their job description, like that they are in charge of the Parks and Rec. Right now, currently we have, I believe Frank Wilson oversees, maybe it's changed to Travis, out of the wastewater and wastewater department. I have concerns about that because those are such high paid positions, and for them to be having to deal with Parks and Rec on top of their already full workload, I think doesn't benefit the district fully, and we're paying more for that. And then in regards to the part or the temporary labor, which is, I understand general contracting or contracting out.
Yes, that's an $8,000 budgeted hourly position. So instead of contracting out for power lines, we can use a firefighter or other community member under the RID as a temporary employee. Or the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's a non-emergency classification. So that's why a volunteer firefighter or one of our duty officers wouldn't fit that same position.
Okay. And so the other thing that is missing from here, in my opinion, and from my time working in the district, something that I saw that is needed is not just that Parks and Rec employee that's dedicated to the Parks and Rec, yet also a janitorial position / groundskeeper. Someone that it's their job to make sure that the community center area is up to par. And then the janitorial. I know we have one person that's even appears to be less than part-time doing the cleaning. And really, we need someone who is cleaning all the district buildings. It's been said, well, each department can be responsible for their own buildings and cleaning, but I don't know how well that really is translating over to actuality of keeping it where it needs to be. So I know it's not in the budget this year for that, and we'll be discussing that later on what needs to be done with the budget. That's my opinion.
Is that maybe, I'm sorry, the janitorial position I thought was this custodian. Was that, am I mistaken on that?
Yes, that, and they're not working. It's a little bit misleading, in my opinion, that part-time office clerk custodian, because that person is not in the office. The one that we currently have, but their custodial duties is very limited to the community center, and it's 4 hours to only 4 hours a week. And that does not, as someone who has cleaned that community center hundreds of times, that does not allow enough time to do any deep cleaning, much less being able to clean up after the public use. We're renting it out for exercises and such throughout the week. That's not happening. And also, it's not enough time to keep it clean. And then we have other, I don't know, however many other district buildings that could use some attention.
All right, any other board members have any comments or questions?
So with additional laborers for the water and the electrical department, is that going to be renegotiated as part of this new MOU that's coming up when we'll remove those frozen positions and add some more labor positions? Is that the intention?
I guess it could be. I don't know yet. The MOU positions don't specify the number of people in those slots, so it's could have more general laborers than what's just says general labor and what
Okay.
it is. But
Okay, so that's not limited to the number of individuals there. So we could have, 2 wastewater plant operators, for example. Okay. And our labor number could go up to 4 if it was budgeted without violating the MOU or making any changes there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just want to add one more thing about what I was discussing with that part-time janitorial groundskeeping. That could also be something we contracted out if we didn't want to take on the responsibility of workman's comp and helpers.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. All right, anybody else? Board members?
Yeah, one more comment, and it's really what Chris mentioned before. It would be nice to see that hierarchy chart to know where you really want to put your emphasis. I think it would be helpful for this board to know what you're thinking and where it's going. And Tesh is correct as far as you can subcontract that out versus actually hiring adding to that. I think it's more important to see your chart.
So the organizational chart was an optimal staffing recommendation. And so I believe it was either the end of GM Robbins or the very beginning of interim Hargrave, where we went around to all the superintendents. So, hey, what do you want? What do you need to run each of your programs? And that's where we filled out that chart. And that's so you will see an extra groundman / labor, Johnny, Travis and Frank at the time wanted just a specific one, Parks and Rec got one. But it's all based on budget and income also. So that's one of those things where we are going to have to find extra funding to be able to add all those individual employees to each one of those positions.
So I'm going to say then, before we receive it, please update it.
Yeah, and so does the budget reflect all of those positions or just the current? Because I apologize, I didn't realize that was a thing, and so when I was looking at the budget, I didn't.
The budget reflects all of our filled positions and the vacant highlighted yellow positions that we want to fill.
Okay.
3, the temporary laborer, the water wastewater plant operator, and the construction foreman.
Okay, which doesn't include everyone on that list. Okay, so that's more like a wish list for that. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Figure out about it.
No, it's fine. That answered.
Okay. Any other board members? All right, we can move on to open public comment. But before we do that, the IBW rep is not here, but they did want to ask John if he had anything he wanted to add as the shop steward for the district.
No, not really. I'm looking at cheaper insurance. Other than that.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, let's open up public comment. Any public comment, testimonies, questions? No? Why is it wrong crowd? All right, well then we will close public comment and go back to continued board discussion. Any other board members want anything to add about our public comment? No? All right, we will close the public hearing. Thank you to the public who have given their testimony. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Public hearing discussion period has concluded. We will now proceed. And so I ask now if we have a motion to receive and file the 2024-2025 annual employees vacancy report.
I will make a motion to receive and file the 2024-25 annual employee vacancy report.
Roll call.
Commissioner Shane?
Aye.
Mike Solari?
Aye.
Kristen Sanders?
Aye.
Jack Hildreth? Beth Bonheim?
Aye.
Motion carries. And hang on, I'm a little lost. Bear with me. Hold it. All right. So we move on to the consent calendar. First of all, anyone have anything on the consent calendar they want to hold for discussion later?
No, we're good this week.
We're good this week. Perfect.
Or this month, I guess.
All right. And do we go to public comment about the consent calendar? We don't, do we?
Yeah, I guess you do. I don't know. I looked it up and I think it was a yes.
Was it? Okay. All right. Any public comment on our consent calendar, which is the approval of minutes for last month's and the bills?
I would just like to acknowledge that there is one more small error in there on the titles on the roll call, and so maybe your motion would be to accept it.
Yes. All right, no public comment. Maybe we can get a motion, get moving on.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes with, what was it, modifications? Do I say what they are?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Mike Swery,
Aye.
Jeff Hilbert,
Aye.
Jessica Sheet,
Aye.
Wes Bonnheim,
Aye.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Did that motion include the bills?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do the consent calendar with.
All right, so consent calendar done. There was nothing pulled from consent calendar. Correspondence, discussion items. Chris, take it away.
Yeah, I did receive an email from Lieutenant Josh McCall, said he has prior commitments, so he has no report today. So as far as Humboldt County correspondence, there's nothing. So I can move on to, number 2, Water Wastewater Department Strategic Plan Draft Review. We saw this first last month. There hasn't really been any changes. I don't think there's been any changes since last month. So just bring it forward for another review of it, see if there are any further comments or questions. Nice to see you today to discuss some things that the, any comments from the board on the. Good time, right? We're talking about the Water Wastewater Department strategic plan draft. All right, so.
Bring snacks.
So.
If you're late, you bring donuts.
Water for you.
Water for you in a tank.
I think there was some, mainly some formatting changes, just making things look a little bit nicer on it, but other than that, no very substantial changes, so. Any comments or questions on this?
Not for me. Anybody? No? Jeff? Jeff, you got something to say?
I do actually. So on page 2, it talks about engaging with SWRCB, DDW. What is the DDW?
Water services.
Division of Drinking Water, it's part of the SWRCD State Water Resources.
Okay. And other organizations for guidance. What other organizations are we working with?
There's sort of nonprofit organizations. We're working currently with Moonshot Missions, a nonprofit, help us with a grant funding on our water tank replacement project. Other ones would be like the Rural Community Action Corporation, or CAC. Seaweed, there's a lot of different water wastewater organizations that can help in certain ways with training or other certifications.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I know that there's like a national wastewater treatment organization and stuff, and that there's other community services districts right through the group that might have some ideas.
We're a member of multiple, like AWWA. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then on page 3, the top of page 3, it says that you will engage with the community to provide and gather information on system needs and costs. What does that look like?
Kind of like a survey, kind of to see where the community, what does the community want as far as water, wastewater, if there are problems with their service, is there anything we could do better? Just sort of like that, public comments, receiving public comments, try to provide a better service if need be.
Okay, so we haven't really figured out much in the way of a plan for how to engage with them yet. It's just kind of a general goal to engage with them more.
Yeah. Transparency and providing a better service.
Yeah. Just looking to see if there were going to be more committees made or other public, hearings and things like that to have those discussions if we had any of those planned, but similar to how we have with like Parks and Rec and some of these other organizations.
Yeah. We will be needing to begin doing strategic plan meetings that are separate from our regular board meetings.
Great.
Anybody else? Jeff, you're on the slide.
No, I have to say that, we do need some public comment on these strategic plans. I mean, again, it's lovely that we're discussing it, but we need more input from the community. So however we address that, maybe we bring it back as a discussion item so that we can address it more formally and openly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is just a very preliminary draft that the staff is coming up with in-house to present to the board. We will definitely be having open public meetings pertaining to the strategic plan where all of this will be discussed in an open setting for further details and getting the public response. And I believe when I was looking at our liaisonship on who is supposed to be connecting with who, and then our areas of interest, it looks like it was you and I are signed up for the strategic plan, so we should get together and with the general manager and staff and come up with a plan on how to address that. And also, since we're on that topic real quick, I urge the board to do their due diligence and take the CSDA strategic planning webinar training so that we're all on the same page on how those meetings are run.
Anybody else? All we got? Go to public comment on that? Public comment on the wastewater department strategic plan draft review? No? All right. Let's move on. Parks and Recreation Committee report. Laura, you're up.
I'm up. All right, so I'm going to start with actions recommended. So what we have done the last few meetings is come up with an airport fee of $5 to tie down or land. Additional donations will be accepted if someone wants to give more. We also recommend stickers for an annual fee of $100, an annual pass sticker. There were several designs created to like the sticker. So we're recommending the blue. Golf maintenance schedule. Wendy Ball was appointed to this. So she's been working closely with Chris on getting the golf league all ready to go. This last meeting was actually pretty exciting. Jerry brought up that an AWAS-3 automated weather observing system and an RNAV GPS. What's pretty cool about this, I know Jessica is still looking into it as well with Nick and Jerry, but the AWS-3 looks like we can get funding for 90% of the system, which means they pay $90,000, we pay $10,000. And essentially what this will do is it'll give you call the number, will give you location and time, wind speed and direction, cloud ceiling. So that's pretty cool. I think Garberville has one that we called. Was it that one we called? I don't remember. We called one of them to see what it said and like what it was, and it's a very cool thing. The RNAV GPS is a 3D map, so you can actually see your flight schedule. So all of these things, it sounds like we can get potentially a very big funding for. The only thing that we need to do is change the numbers on the runway because they are a little outdated. They're 1 degree off because of the earth movement, which is kind of tricky. So they just need to be updated, but we think we can do that maintenance ourselves and redo the numbers. In terms of, okay, let's see, the next thing, transportation. So as we're going into all of this, we kind of realized that we have a need for a transportation position, take it out of Parks and Rec, because the airport really isn't Parks and Rec, right? So we need something where airport maintenance and modernization would fall under. We're recommending this is removed from Parks and Rec and put under its own division for strategic planning. So that's that. Next thing is sports court update. The county has approved ADA compliant behavior solely permit review. That's where we are with that. What's going to be discussed at our next meeting is community center will potentially be a subcommittee. We'll have volunteers for categories assigned for strategic planning and future parks and rec divisions. So we're going to kind of break it out so that there's 2 people per strategic plan division, so we can kind of divide and conquer. We will also be discussing the 4th of July subcommittee. We only received 1 quote so far for drone fireworks, but we're going to continue doing some research and development on that. Strategic plan final draft. We're going to update discussion and suggestions to be up for recommendation in June. This will be presented to the board in July, so we're close. The only statement I had is, what would you as the red board like to see Parks and Recreation do? That's the only statement / question for you today. Other than that, any comments from the board?
I just have one comment, or maybe two comments. We may be looking more, in my opinion, going back over this. It's probably maybe the August meeting that we'd be bringing up our draft to the board. That way, it gives the subcommittees more time to work on their assignments. And what was the other thing? Oh, yes. And as far as the subcommittee for the community center slash evacuation center, we are wanting to focus on the fact that it is our community's main evacuation place in case of wildfire. And so really we need to start looking at it as a bigger, a more important facility than just a clubhouse slash community center. It's really important for
And we
our
also believe
safety.
that might open us up to a little bit more funding, and maybe give us more avenues that way too. So it's community center slash evacuation center or and evacuation center.
Yes. So using that in the title more often. Yeah, and as far as removing the airport from this committee, we're looking at that because it really isn't, I mean, there is recreational pilots coming in, but it is again a part of our emergency services and wanting to make sure that we're not throttling ourselves, just keeping it for recreation in our topics. Discussions. Thank you, Laura, for that. And so, yeah, her question is, what would the board like to see?
I think you guys are doing a great job. I'm really excited about what I'm seeing here, and super excited about the AWAS, and I like the grassroots, getting more people, involved, and I think whatever the people want, that's what I want to see. Whatever you guys are excited about.
That's why we're doing the top one.
Yeah, so good job. And I will say, actually, just to the transportation, I did meet two pilots who were asking if the brown car was an airport car, and one of them, they had walked up to Willow Glen for their Airbnb. Yeah, so there is room for like a shuttle service, or
for sure.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
I got
All right.
No, everything's great. Everything looks great.
Yeah. I think this is great so far. I'm looking forward to seeing the strategic plan and seeing what's on that and what you're going for. Because it seemed like every time I talk to someone, that's always what they're talking about. Like, oh, we should do this. And it's always like a Parks and Rec centered thing. Like, oh, we need more stuff for kids to be able to do this. And so we should install this thing, or we need more of this for. And so I think, I think that's a big focus for the community. And I think it's
kind
great.
of all over the place as we're trying to separate everything out, so then people are kind of in charge of things, and then those people will submit reports the week before the meeting, so then we have them for discussion for the meeting. So I think it's gonna run a lot, that we kind of got our stuff together.
Yeah, getting it. And then in terms of moving the airport, that would be, you're talking about creating another committee or a subcommittee, or what's the intention there?
I mean, that would kind of be up to, I think, what Rit is capable of doing or has the funds to do. But I think transportation should definitely be its own sequitur. I'm not sure how that would work, but I don't think it really falls under Parks and Rec, because it's just going to be too much for us to take on, and quite frankly, it's pretty technical. And I don't know if that's really our forte.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about kind of having kind of volunteer fatigue, or where either we have we have our Parks and Rec committee, and then we've got a subcommittee that's just the Parks and Rec committee, and then we've got and so I want to make sure that we're not creating these different committees and these different groups in order to address separate issues, which I agree should be separate, but are basically just the same folks doing the same thing and forcing them to meet another night or something.
What I would respond to that is, we need people to be able to work on the different sections besides just the once a month meeting, which is kind of what's happening now.
Okay.
And as far as the airport, that is more of in my opinion, more of an in-house RID responsibility. And it's something that Jerry Jackson has done a lot of work on, helping with some of the upgrades. And he's in communication with Nick and the GM and Jessica. And I know Nick has some plans also that he's working on from the safety point aspect of it. And so really, I think there's more than enough people involved with looking at how the airport should be addressed. And it's almost too many cooks in the kitchen on that, in my opinion. Nick, would you mind speaking about what you're working on with the helicopter pad thing and so forth?
Yeah, I'll add it to my chief's report.
Okay.
The big thing for this one is it doesn't fit in the strategic plan of Parks and Rec. Not so much the committee can't talk about it. When we present a strategic plan for Parks and Rec, the airport really doesn't fit into that. Same thing with the grant funding routes for airport. It's under Department of Transportation at the state level. It just doesn't really fit. We do it for budgetary planning purposes where we fit it in there, but it's not rec or parks. So, yeah, I'll add everything else that I did with Jerry.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
So would the goal then be to put it under, like you were saying, like an emergency services type thing, or I mean, where will we be putting the transportation at that point? I mean, does it really warrant like a full separate? Because I really don't know.
The recommendation I made at the Parks and Rec committee is to move it out of strategic planning. Budgetary doesn't really matter. They can sit under Parks and Rec for where the money falls. But when we start talking about grants and everything else, if we're focused on it being a part of our Parks and Rec program, it changes the narrative of grants and planning going forward. So definitely more of an in-house planning than where it actually sits. And the Parks and Rec, if we ever get a Parks and Rec general labor or any repair operations, or they can still fix stuff on. It doesn't have to be a specific airport position that works on just transportation. So, same thing with our boating, with the launch and stuff like that. There are other things that we could add to a transportation plan that doesn't necessarily fit Parks and a road as well.
Yeah, airport, boat launch, roads. Yeah, that makes sense, because certainly that was going to be, the comment for later was figuring out, working with the county for roads, yeah. Great.
Yeah, and we could move the whole section on the airport from the Parks and Rec strategic plan to the administration department strategic plan, which more oversees those activities anyway.
All right. Okay, well, my comment. I think we really need a comprehensive plan when it comes to Parks and Rec, especially concerning the community center location. What we're going to do with the community center, Chris, is something that needs to be addressed before we even consider the pickleball court. What's the use of that building? Something that Nick mentioned when we were doing the budget thing is that by doing the pickleball court, maybe we could do more of a basket of grants. And then again, the comment would be on the community center / for evacuation. That again, it kind of helps us on another opportunity for a grant. So the big elephant in the room is, what are we going to do with that community center? Because now maybe we can get even additional funding with it, based on being an evacuation center as well as a community center, right? But then my next comment would be, it doesn't fit in Park and Recs any more than the airport does. So I don't know that that's something that should be addressed internally until we decide or figure out what we're going to do with that recreation building or the clubhouse. So I think that there's some serious discussion that needs to be addressed as your committee goes forward.
And I would say the purpose of our committee is really to do all this research and development work.
Yes.
So you guys can make a conscious good decision.
But then
right?
we need more interaction with RID on this, because back to what I just said, the clubhouse, especially as an evacuation point, needs to be addressed, not ignored, which has been done for quite some time.
last thing I'd like to add, I will be hoping to have copies of the budget that we're getting ready to look at available to the committee members at the next meeting so that we can really see where the money is going.
And I can pare it down so it only.
I think the hard part on the budget's gonna be when you really look at the budget. I really don't want Park and Recs to be intimidated or hold back because of how far we're in the red. So if we need the opinions and the direction, but that doesn't mean that we can do it. But what we really need is a comprehensive plan.
I just wanted to clarify that the community center is a shelter location, it's not a shelter specific. So yes, we can get funding for it, but we're not gonna get millions of dollars to build it. It's not like a fire station or a hospital. The church is a shelter location, this building's a shelter location, and the current community center is a shelter location. Still very important to our entire evacuation program, but it's not specifically a shelter itself.
So, but again, that's an interesting point of discussion again, Nick, that maybe we give it more designation so that we can get an increased amount of funding for it.
There really isn't any such thing as a specific shelter. Like there's not a building that has been built for a shelter. There's hospitals, fire stations, community centers. When the Red Cross comes in, schools, they can basically pick any suitable location. But it is important when we're building it, there's certain standards, but the community center is going to be a high standard anyway for basically public en masse recreation. And so you have to go through a certain code, there is funding, absolutely there's money, and it's the narrative that we sell. But yeah, where it's not, nobody's going to come build an entire community center for it. Parks and Rec might actually be a better route. Anderson Valley just got a full track installed and a soccer/football field because they were 30 miles away from a recreation area for their elderly community. And that's a very large grant. And so there are grants out there in pretty much any route, but we do need a comprehensive project plan that lays out how much it's going to cost, all that kind of stuff before we can get any kind of grant to finish that kind of project.
And that's kind of where I'm, my direction. And thank you.
Anybody?
No, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
No questions, no nothing, no comments? Perfect.
I would like to just mention that, Todd is stepping down from his seat on the committee. So that means our alternate will be moving up to the table, which is Pauline. So then that will end up leaving the alternate position open. So our plan with board approval is to just go ahead and discuss that at our next Parks and Rec committee meeting, which is next week, Thursday at 10 a.m. And then bring back that to you guys next month.
Perfect, thank you.
I will just public comment.
Yeah.
I will just say regarding that, we are going to try to find someone from SCARF because that they have a lack of representation. So that's going to be one of the first nominees that we'll present to you guys is someone from the SCARF committee, and then we'll have some other options too. But I know that was important, so I just wanted to relay that.
If you could reach out with Mark and Nancy Mitchell, that would be awesome.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment? No?
Just get you back in the swing of things.
Yeah.
All right. We can move on. Item number 4, correspondence discussion items. I believe this one's Chris, take it away.
Yeah, I'm going to leave this one for Chris. It kind of fell into my plate when we were looking at the grant management policy. And so we had previous conversations with district staff and directors about project management and grant management. And so we do have a grant management policy. So policy 1080 is a grant management oversight policy. It was basically done at a time when the fire department wasn't involved in grants, and we are not written into it at all. Basically, as the policy is written, all the grant management goes to the front office with the Jessica's position and Tony's position. And again, I'm doing a lot of the grant management on the fire department side. So updating that as we're looking into it, it came up that, hey, maybe we can write a project management policy into that as well? Or do we need a separate policy specifically to itself for project versus drainage? And that's what we wanted to have the board discuss with staff and kind of get direction on what you would like to see. One is, the options are basically, do we combine it with the grant management policy and add projects that may be either reserve fund funded or general fund funded with the grants, because right now it doesn't specify in that policy. Do we have two separate policies that have project management and grant management, or do we not need it and it's not needed to have a grant management project? So a little bit of the background on it is written in your guys' packet. And one of the things that has came up in the past is there's a ton of either not completed projects or projects that were started and then decided weren't needed when the board turned over. And there's very little data to be able to give a new incoming board because there's a lack of policies that state this is everything we need to complete a project. And a lot of other agencies, departments, public agencies, or entities have very robust projects that they'll do a full project proposal before it even comes up to the board. And so staff can take it on. I've been looking at it differently since our project. We had some snafus with the different communication when it came to getting permits for our building, and it got basically tabled literally on a previous GM desk. And so that was one where the board has no oversight on that. They don't know where the project is. They don't know where the funding sources are besides just the budget and whatever report we give you guys out of the meeting. So if you guys have any comments or insight on this, I think it is very warranted right now. When you look at the strategic plan, there are hundreds of individual projects on that strategic plan. Within power and water, there's 100, not to mention the fire departments, and we're ending our current strategic plan 2027. We're going to do an updated one before that. We need to get ahead of that because there's going to be a ton of projects getting thrown at you guys and staff, and to be able to track that efficiently is going to be a task. So, yeah, any comments, concerns, or direction we take?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the board. I mean, I'm a little outside my wheelhouse of expertise, but Jeff, what do you got?
Oh, I think that it's way important. I think that we need some policies and procedures set in place that when the board changes over, or a general manager, or Nick, if that ever happens to you, that the projects keep going and that they don't die. I mean, what I keep seeing is, or thinking is, the community senior center, whatever the description was cost, with $200,000. You know, that's $200,000 we could put in the infrastructure, but instead we put it in plans, and then the board changed, and then the general managers changed, and then we just, you know, that's like lighting cigars with $100 bills. That's just crazy. You know, and that just goes back to the pickleball court, or the sports court complex. We spent all this money on plans, and then all of a sudden change of stewardship, and now we're talking about a whole nother pickleball court idea. I mean, again, what has to happen is, if we want to implement and get things accomplished, we need a procedure and protocol that allows them to keep going no matter what changes. So that's kind of the direction I'd like to see, because I'm disgusted that we spent $200,000 on plans and then shelved it, especially when we have $1 million per water tank to replace them. So that's got to change. That whole concept has to change. If we're going to do something, it has to keep going no matter who's on this board or who's sitting in one of your chairs.
Yeah, it's definitely, we need to upgrade our grant management policy and get you guys in there, the fire department added into, as well as, you know, I don't know what the best direction to go is, if we keep the project management policy separate or included in the grant policy. I'm not really sure what is the best direction on that, but I definitely believe that it should be modified, that any project we're looking at funding, the board is presented with a full project proposal so that the board understands what they're approving. That can be done prior to approval, approval of projects. And that's where we've gotten into trouble in the past and why we have, and when I say we, I'm talking about boards past, uh, but that why we approved projects, and then when it gets down to the details, we realize, oh, we actually don't have the funds for that, or whatnot, or have a path forward on finding the funds on that. So I think that's really important. I'm almost thinking that maybe we need a project management separate from the grant management. So it's not just for when we have grants, but also if we are having other people outside of the district helping manage projects, like we are with the sports court, but having a policy that they would be falling under as well. So there's proper oversight there. What else? Yeah, I need to do some more research on how other how other agencies are addressing their grants and grant tracking. Perhaps also there's software that could help us, so it's not just all manually done by the office staff and the general manager. It's one thing to have office staff doing grant management that they're more than capable of doing. It's when we have more than one or two grants going on at once, and we are going to be having with a lot of our infrastructure needs, and also with the Parks and Rec, if we're going to really be able to accomplish any of those ideas, a lot of them will require grants. So I think that's going to be a lot to put on office staff when they have already a full load of work in their job descriptions. So.
I have to say, you want to keep them separate. You know, they're, again, being as a project manager, it's a completely different skill set. You know, I think that they have to interact. They have to communicate with one another because they go hand in hand. But a project manager's managing the project, the grant manager's managing the grant. But they do go hand in hand. But I would like to see the policies separated.
Got it. Wes?
Yeah, I agree that the policy is separate. I think that managing a project, I think that there is a lot of overlap between grant management and project management, and I think that there would be a lot of a large aspect of managing a project would be managing the grant. And so, I mean, project management is not rocket science, right? Like it's difficult, but it is a skill that can be trained, and there is a lot of software out there. I mean, I did project management for Autodesk for a few years, and you know, on the software end, Jeff's done it on construction end, and I've overseen it a lot on the construction end. And so, you know, there is training out there and things that we can get, you know, PMP certifications and things like that for folks if that's necessary. But I think, you know, ideally, when we get our budget squared away, we're going to also want to have some project management that isn't necessarily associated with grants. And so I think having two separate policies there would be important, and integrating them, because I think part of a project manager's job would be also managing the grant and making sure, right? Because as you're managing the project, you're managing to certain completion milestones, certain budgetary milestones, and you know, maintaining those in a certain harmony, I think, is really important. And whether that's through grants or through other funding that we have under the project. And I think that the project management aspect, since a lot of grants require us to match the funds, where those matching funds are being spent versus where the grant money is being spent for different portions of the projects, and as the project reaches different completion milestones, I think will be important. And so I think that it should be two separate policies. I disagree with Jeff in that if we spend $200,000 on something that is a bad idea, we should stop spending money on that thing. That's the sunk cost fallacy that we're all kind of prone to. But if we're going forward with a project that is poorly designed or doesn't meet our needs or whatever, I think that it's a terrible thing that we've spent that much money on something that we're not going to go forward with. But I think a bigger mistake would be spending more money on a bad idea.
I have to say that I think that having the two separate policies also would be provide more transparency. And I agree with Wes as far as the stopping a bad idea, but I think that the bad idea should have been stopped before they spent 200 grand.
Yeah, I agree. I think a formal project report would have helped with that.
Yeah.
Never had one. No, I appreciate that. That's perfect, because that was one thing that came up, was it would have been much easier to do a single policy, but it's not too much more difficult to have that second policy. And I think our grant management policy is actually a decent one. It just, we weren't included in it. And a lot of grants require you have some sort of management policy for that. And one of the other things we've been successful with is starting a project with base funds or general fund, and then a grant picking that up. And that's how a lot of grantors like to see that, is the district is already committing to a project with their own funds, and that grantor is coming in and saying, all right, we're gonna help you guys out to get whatever you want that you can't afford. And that might be something where, yeah, we spent that 200 grand, that is still valid as an in-kind. It might not go directly to the project as an in-kind anymore because of how old it is, but if somebody can see that, hey, the grid was committed 200 grand to building a community center, that we didn't have the funds to complete. So somehow having that narrative on paper is really important.
Yeah, and I think having that's I think another point for doing a project management type policy, an operational policy, because then you can integrate some of that grant management into that, right? Like, it would be great if we see, even before we get a grant, I know that we've kind of been doing cart before the horse here, where it's like, oh, hey, here's a grant, we can get a grant, now let's figure out a project for it. Having the project plan initially and saying, hey, we need to redo the community center. Part of that project management plan is going to include, these are the grants we're going to go for, within these different phases of the project management.
So I have to agree with Wes on that one. And I received the plans from the last community center, and I reviewed them, so I know pretty much a lot about that little concept of what was going on. And I think that based on the conversation again with Nick about how we can piggyback on some of these other grants, and maybe the blessing in disguise back to Wes, and the $200,000 on plans that we can say that we were committed for it, and we've already put the money, so that maybe it would help for the grants next. So maybe that's a great approach.
And you guys ended up on both agreeing all across the board, so that worked out. The last thing too is do we have board members that would be willing to work with us on that specifically? I know it is kind of in the route of the strategic plan, but having contacts for staff to say, hey, if you guys want to check this out before we submit it to the entire board.
Anybody? It's kind of outside my
Yeah, I'll work you guys on it.
expertise.
I'm a game too. I'll review whatever you have and throw my 2 cents on it.
So we have Wes and Jeff that have volunteered for
Perfect.
You do like it?
Anybody else have anything on this topic of discussion? On
I guess
board?
the only
Hold
thing
on,
I would
not
like
yet.
to add, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I guess the only thing I would like to add is, yeah, it would be nice if maybe, I feel like this would be a good thing for when you present projects to the board, and then as the board changes, maybe there's just it's just easier to see what we're actually going to be spending, and maybe people who come on the board who aren't as haven't seen projects, that it could just be they look back and see oh, this one was completed, this is how it was done, this is how it was presented, and kind of just make it easier for people to learn down the line. And because I think that's what I always got was as the board changes, we didn't, no one knew what happened before. It was, there wasn't just plainly spelled out oh, this is why, this is what we were expecting, this is the timeline. And so as projects are getting presented and done, they can kind of be done in the same format. So when new board members come on, then it's oh, they can kind of look back and see oh, this is what it should look like, or kind of a learning tool.
One of the things that, in one of the webinars that I saw on strategic planning was that also that you have to be careful with grants, because the moment that you accept that grant, we have to finish it, right? So at the end of the day, when that have to finish it, that means that it could bankrupt the board if we don't have, or the BID, if we don't have the funds capable of finishing it. So that's why it's so important, back to this original plan. We need to know what's before the cost and if it's achievable before we even accept a grant. Because the last thing we need to do is go bankrupt. Sorry, Arlen.
That's okay. All right, we're moving on. All right, board's done, so we can go to public comment. Arlen?
Thank you. Yeah, having direction and especially making the project fit the amount. It's always, oh, I got some money and I want to do something grand instead of focusing on how much you can get with that money. So don't go over the grant money. That's just dial it down, make it work. So then, especially about the maintenance for the 30 years, make sure that that grant money is paying for that maintenance and the whole project.
Yeah. Thank you, Arlen. Any other public comment? No? Anybody else? All right, we can move on. Board members, staff reports. Directors. I didn't do much as usual, but attended a certain meeting, attended the agenda setting meeting. Went in and out quite a bit last few weeks. Sort of preparing for 4th of July. I think we're in really good shape this year. I would like to know if we're going to have sheriffs that are going to be here this year. That would be nice. And other than that, search ready to go. And that's all I got. Who wants to go next? Director's reports? Anybody?
Jeff and I were working on the budget budget reports. Other than that, yeah.
I don't really have anything to report for this last month. I guess a lot of the stuff that we did last month was right before the board, and so I kind of reported on that. But since the last board meeting, I haven't done a whole lot.
This portion of the meeting is also for your interactions with your prospective liaisons within the district and interactions you've had with them as well. So when that does happen, jot down a few notes and you can bring it to the board meeting. Would be nice.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, well, I did send an email about getting an EV fast charger. They have a grant right now for California, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I emailed it to Jessica.
Okay, Jessica?
Yeah, I apologize for not having a written report to go into the packet. It would be nice, I know, for staff and for the public to be able to see written reports coming from the board, especially in regards to our areas of interest, and our liaisoning departments. But I did, so last month, it would be really focusing on the Parks and Rec Committee and getting ready for that, the last agenda setting meeting and the committee meeting itself. I'll have more to add next month for what I did this month.
Okay. Jeff, you got nothing?
I have some.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, got to attend a couple budget meetings with Tristan, with Fire Chief Nick and John. So on the electrical side, attended our reception and was fortunate enough to get to go to Mima Chima's and because of the cold weather, Chris ended up joining us and it was fun to get to see Chris on another thing. And I'm gonna also say the kudos to Chris is that you're always available out in the public. I like to see that where last general manager was non-existent. It was nice to get to talk to John, so I know some of his wish list because of that budget meeting. I would have loved to talk to Frank or Travis too, but I'm sorry I just didn't get to that point. Other than that, I think that's all I have.
All right, is that everybody? That's everybody. All right, we can move on from director's reports and move on to operational status report. Chris, take it away.
Yep. So for the month of May, continued working on the budget. Hopefully we can call it done at this meeting. A lot of meetings with staff and committee. Coordinated a lot with civil engineer Mike Bruno on the sports court project. Right now, the updates, there's not a lot of updates. Basically, the county accepted the general design, drainage plans, and other structural details, and approved the ADA compliant porta potty connected by an adjacent sidewalk. There's also they stipulated all exit gates must be ADA accessible. The design drawings have been modified with just a few more details to be added before Mike Bruno says he's resubmitting them this week or next. We'll have maybe a better update next month. Met and corresponded with staff and community members on various topics, including met with staff at Cal Poly Humboldt Engineering Department to discuss the potential for engineering students to conduct capstone projects in Shelter Cove this fall on electricity, water, wastewater projects. So hopefully be sort of like a feasibility studies on some of our wish list projects. Assisted staff with the quarterly wastewater report to the state, attended the quarterly meeting of the local CSDA board in Eureka, met online with staff and GSRMA personnel related legal support to review numerous district personnel policies, which are in this packet. Attended an online meeting with staff and representatives from Cal OES to discuss grant funding options to replace our 4 circa 1965 potable water storage tanks that suffered damage, 3 of the 4 in last year's earthquake. Free technical assistance provider Moonshot Missions is assisting us, really helping out really well with completing the required forms and seeking further support for structural engineering analyses. Met online with staff and our PG&E customer service representative for a general check-in. Wasn't much to report on that. Worked on updating multiple district ordinances, which are in this packet. Also drafted a new ordinance to start the process of placing the tax increase measure on a future ballot for the Special Utilities Improvement and Operations Tax, also in this in this packet. Also corresponded with legal support and procured a new contract for general counsel for the district. Ryan Plotz of Mitchell Law Firm, he helps out a lot in local special districts and cities and communities of the county. We learned our former contracted legal support departed their firm, so this was a good opportunity to try someone new. And he's already helped us with one item that's in this packet, the policy 3067, which we'll talk about later. Met with staff and representatives from Verizon at the tower site on Kelly Road to discuss the potential for Verizon to add their equipment onto our tower. So hopefully that will, one, increase revenue in our leasing and also increase Verizon coverage here in Cove. Work with staff on a cross-connection control policy and making sure we're compliant with backflow prevention requirements, which is mainly why we updated ordinances in this packet. Ordinance 65, water system connections, had to be updated for new cross-connection control policy requirements. And attended an online funding fair webinar from the California Financing Coordinating Committee focused on funding options for utility infrastructure projects. So did some research on that. And worked with staff on researching a possible grant for electric vehicle chargers at the clubhouse. So a lot of things going on. Pass it on to Jessica.
A lot of my stuff is pretty similar to what Chris had to say, so I won't repeat it. But what I will say is that we've definitely been doing a good amount of research for the EV chargers, and another option would be, it does have to be at a community center type thing, but this is considered a community center, so we're also considering the red lot as an option for that. That proposal, get funding for that. And then I also wanted to let you know that our insurance bill actually is the final amount now, and it has gone down quite a bit from the original. I believe it was 284 or something like that. Well, I think it started at 297, went down to 284. And now with some dividends that they add into and what they call a true up for our different positions that we have and our different equipment that we have. It actually is bringing us down to, as long as we pay by July 31st, we can get a 2.5% discount, which will bring us down to $261,278.55, of which we will later be eligible for a 7% rebate on top of that. So to me, that was exciting to see that come down a lot from what the original quote was from them. Other than that, I would say that the green fee box that we added has been a nice addition. We get cash for people who, or we are now accepting cash in that box for the green fees. And what's nice about that is if somebody does use that envelope, the credit card machine takes almost half of the green fees away. And that machine is timing out, so we're considering what kind of options we want to do with that for accepting, being able to accept cards, I guess is what it does. Yeah, so we're trying to figure that one out. And our credit card machine in-house has also timed out for support, and so we have a new credit card machine that we'll be putting in tomorrow, or no, not tomorrow, Friday. And that way you guys can actually come in and have your credit card if you don't want to pay online with a check.
Really? No fees?
We will be adding a 3% convenience fee on top of your bill if you use a credit card. So again,
Board members exempt?
Jessica, could you talk about the RMAP again?
The RMAP is how we evaluate ourselves for all of our guests with risk management. And so it encompasses a lot of different things, including if we do safety inspections of our facilities, if our board members do all their trainings that they're required to do by state law, any trainings that we do in-house, safety meetings, we have a good amount of those, our vehicle policies, if they're robust enough to limit our risk. And boy, those are the top things off the top of my head with that risk assessment that we self-evaluate. And then we have to provide documentation that they review and if they agree with us on our point system.
Yeah. So the more for the board, the more trainings we do, the better. And it does have an impact on our
Yeah, they want board members to do at least one additional hour besides the required training per year.
I got a question for you, a couple of them. On the charging stations, I hate to say an analysis of which area would be better for usage. The clubhouse, I think, would get more usage than up here. And my question would be, on the charging station up here, is it going to interfere with emergency situations just because of the amount of added vehicles in our parking lot? Or is it best to have them in both places so I don't, just thoughts, not.
Yeah, I mean, that question's a better question for Nick. The consideration of fear was potentially more, well, I'm not sure. There's a couple different things, but like in how getting enough electricity to support those charging stations is definitely a huge factor. And where does it go? So that's one part.
It shouldn't affect here unless it's just not put in the right spot. We'd have to coordinate with staff before we sign on that grant. If it fixes our parking lot out here on the same grant, I'm all for it. The other consideration with the community center is those are lingering parking. So if somebody's waiting for the EV to charge, it can fill up our community center parking for larger events. So without expanding that parking lot, it already is a very tight parking lot down there. So we do have quite a bit of room here if we rearrange how our cars are parked.
Well, we also have the cul-de-sac, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We have that cul-de-sac that's by the water treatment plant where it can be its own.
And that requires it to be in certain places. So it has to be at a community center, a library, an airport, a popular retail center area. So we are limited on our options.
I mean, I do think that the clubhouse would probably be a better spot just because then it would encourage the people as they're waiting to go to like the coffee shop or Swell or the library, and kind of that's what government's supposed to do, is like help encourage, commerce. So that's the only thing, is I would get worried that if they were up here, there could be like a line of people waiting. There's nothing to do. There's no store, you know. So that would be my only thing, is like, if it's down there, you're actually encouraging people to like, frequent the businesses down there.
I understand that, but like considering the option of if the pickleball court is there, and now we have parking restrictions for, there's parking for that, there's airport parking down there, community center parking. And then if there's EV chargers, then those spots almost have to be left open for the event in case somebody does want to charge. So now we're taking away tons of parking spaces. Is my concern with the community center, even though I do think that would be a more ideal location. So I feel unless the parking lot was expanded, it would be a difficult choice.
But I mean, how many spots? 2? I mean, we'd only really be putting in 2
We have
chargers.
to put in 4 ports. Is the minimum.
Oh, great. Oh, that's awesome to hear. But I mean, I really, like, I'm just saying, like, as a government agency, we should really focus on putting our equipment in places that it'll benefit everyone in the community. And I do understand that, who knows, maybe down the line, we'll all be on electric cars at the RID, and it would be really nice to just plug them in right there. But I would be like really concerned that like all of a sudden we're putting people up here. I know the playground, as a mom, we've all wished the playground was down like on the lower part, just because it's more accessible, and it's like you come here and it's like, oh, da, da, da. So that would be like the one thing, is like, when it comes to planning, like we should plan to have them as an EV charger. I plug my car in Fortuna and I go across the street, I go to the restaurant, and then by the time my car's done, then I'm out of there. Otherwise, if I have to like sit in my car and you see the person next to you waiting for you to charge, it's a little bit more intense, like, so I don't know, I just really consider, benefiting the businesses in our community, and not just for ease of RID's planning.
Is that something that can be integrated into the plan for the pickleball court?
Well, I mean,
Because aren't they doing something with ADA?
already like signed and done. So
Yeah. Because aren't they redoing some of the parking lot for integrating ADA and stuff? And I mean, not necessarily like. I guess what I'm not trying to say that we should try and combine the grant somehow or include additional things in the grant, but just as from a design perspective, having them work together to make sure that if there are changes in that parking lot, that, because I know that they are making changes. I mean, they're talking about putting in an ADA porta potty, which, like there's space that's going to be used there. And so, if we're putting in an ADA porta potty in the same place that we're trying to design to have a, we just have to make sure that if we're looking at the full picture there.
Right. I would just say that this one just looked better on our grant report than that is there at that.
I'm gonna go back to, we need a comprehensive plan. It keeps going back to community clubhouse and this plan, that plan. We need a comprehensive plan, and all these questions and concerns would be met.
Yeah, I think just make sure that, the engineers that are working on that are aware that we're also looking at putting these other things in there so that we have enough space and that it can be planned for.
So who's next, Chris?
I also just wanted to add that the ADA porta potty wasn't going to take away a parking space, but yeah, you're right. There was a plan to modify one of the spaces to become ADA parking.
Right.
1 or 2 spaces.
Yeah, and so, we just need to make sure that we're taking those spaces into account as we're talking about putting in these other facilities and things that are there. So if they're looking at putting, if they're looking at putting those charging spaces against where the sports court is, but there already is an intention of making those ADA spaces, like we need to just make sure that we're not stepping on our own toes.
Most likely because of where the power is at, the wiring, it wouldn't be in that corner. It would be closer to the building.
But, I don't know the rules for ADA spaces. Do you need a certain amount of space behind them? Do you need, things like that? So just make sure that they're aware of it.
We can move on to Frank, water, wastewater.
Okay. So for last month's, thing we do a little bit of general management on the wastewater plant. The biggest thing we do is changing the, belts on oxidation and rotors there. We moved on the water stuff there. We, do a little injector rebuilding on one of our, wells, W1. And then we've been working with Emerald Technology, with trying to get our computers all online, throughout the district there. We also installed gates at Lot W site and Rick Spring site, Lot W site, down below, west there. Had a lot of, I guess, people driving around, motorcycles. I've been up there on a weekend, motorcycle tours, pulled up there, a lot of up there sampling the well, that surprised me. So hopefully that'll help with that up there. Got all our meters calibrated at the water plant. The guys, electric crew and water guys, installed water hangers on Telegraph Creek Bridge there, and we have installed a water line there, and it's actually worked, and we've been using that water. The county was actually out here this past week, and they did put up camera rails across it on both sides of it. We did start our service, getting the W3 well also. Getting all the pipe work and stuff right up there, and Bart Jones helped with the electrical stuff also. We had to send one of our booster pumps from the water plant up to get repaired at Industrial Electric up in Arcata. It decided to fry on us, so we had that rebuilt. And we also had John's crew look at our voltage and everything up there, and found that there was also one of the breakers that was installed wasn't tightened down correctly, so we're having issues with that as well as the water treatment plant, so he's taking care of that. The ladder latch in the south port, just broke at the large tank on the new stuff there. Anthony was out there, he got all that fixed up and rewolded, so it's all back together. So we can get into it. Travis has been working on developing this district's safe mandate across the next control policy, working with the office staff on that. We've been working with Chris and trying to get stuff for Cal Poly taken care of with the capstone engineer interns. So we'll try to bring some projects to them and see if we'll take those grants, take those projects, go forward with them, and see what we can do with them. Promising, it's not a total, you're gonna get it. They get a whole bunch of ideas from a whole bunch of different places and facilities, and they pick out the ones that they want to do. So it may work out for us, it may not, we don't know. Anthony worked on the community center, the air outtake up there on the movement. Jack noticed when he was driving by, so we got that all repaired, keep the birds out of it. Joe and Anthony worked on the one of the drainages down there, got it cleared out so it's not plugged up and overflowing going over airport. Golf course. I think go in and you guys work with Wendy Ball out there. Finger for effort, but she's already gone. So thank you, Wendy.
Laura.
That was Laura.
I'm going backwards.
Do it. So that's all we have. Any questions?
Yeah, with the work at Telegraph Creek, I had a couple of questions on that. First, I know that we had kind of talked about maybe trying to get the county to cover some of our costs related to that reinstall, since the failing culvert was something that they were responsible for. Was there any movement on that front?
Not yet, but now that we're essentially done with that project, I will tabulate all of what we spent and have kind of a report email I can send to the county. And I don't expect any reimbursement, but just awareness, education of what we had to spend on this project. So I'll factor in labor and also all the parts and materials. I know in just the parts and materials, probably in the neighborhood of 15,000 to 20,000, somewhere in there. So pretty sizable.
Did you have a comment on that or something else? Okay, go ahead.
Is it possible for us to ask for reimbursement and then let them say yes or no instead of just showing them the information? I think it's to be prudent of us to actually ask for that reimbursement on that level.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, if we don't ask, then of course they're not gonna.
Yeah.
But it was, and also the fencing should be included in that.
We haven't spent anything on that just yet.
Maybe just a guesstimate on how much that might cost and add that into your report.
Yeah, and then has there been any effect of opening that culvert up as far as the performance of the creek kind of downrange where we're actually pulling the water? Has anything changed there? Has there been any effect that's noticeable yet?
I don't think we'll see anything until the high flows this winter, so then we'll have an answer. Right now, flows have been very consistent, no changes, but it'll be interesting to see what it looks like in the high flow.
We did talk about maybe putting a guard. John and I were looking at the water pipe there the other day. It does hang down a little bit, but we're just trying to figure out if there's a guard the water pipe.
I have a follow-up, and that would be just making sure that you're in communication with the contractor and the engineer as far as the mitigation. It was stated that part of the project was that they'd be planting native plants and mitigating that whole area. And then also making sure that the soil that they moved over to the pole yard, that at the very least, temporarily, that it gets covered, because that is a environmental hazard. There's over 1,000 yards of soil there. And I would like to bring clarity to that in that the district had and employees had stated that they could use some of the soil, and but it wasn't stated that we would take all of the soil. And so initially they had two piles of rather large piles, one at the pole yard and then one on the other side of the bridge before the bridge was laid down. And Chris, I believe you corresponded with them, letting them know we would not be able to use that soil, or we didn't need all of the soil. And so they stated they would find another place. And from my observation, because I live across the street from it, basically once the bridge was down, they just moved that soil over to the pole yard, mostly. They may have taken a couple truckloads out, but I don't even know about that. So there's a lot of soil, and I don't want to see that soil necessarily leave the cove, but on the same hand, they are responsible for that, not district staff. And now we have over 1,000 yards across the street from me, uncovered, and when the wind comes in, it's just dust, and the creek is there, so I want to make sure that that gets mitigated.
I'll work with staff on that.
And you can discuss it with
the county.
discuss it with me too, because I could take some of that soil. We want to keep it in the cove. I don't know what that was all about. But you might want to discuss that with me in case we want to keep it in the cove, because I could use some soil.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask about the SCADA. How's that going? Yeah, I mean, we really do need to actually, yeah. I remember there was in October, he said it was gonna get done, but I was,
No, he's coming back in October. So right now we are working on, we found some of the radio paths that were discussed with Snyder Electric. There's actually another one I'm looking for, so we can get it the correct way through the system instead of the way it was made to make me happy. So we're working on that all together, so when it comes back, we can start moving those radios and getting them passed the right way. So that's kind of where we're at. We're just kind of hanging on there, trying to figure that out. We're finding some issues here and there, but we're on this next month's stuff. John, we were looking for, we were having issues over at Big Tank there with you just popping out. John started looking, getting into the weeds of thing, and he found that the previous electrician wired stuff through a voltage regulator through the breaker that was causing our voltage to we have extra voltage, and it was causing issues with our radios and our everything inside the cabinet there. So after doing that, he went to one of our older systems with some kind of electrical cabinet, found the same thing there, and corrected that. So, it's working a little bit better now. He's taking care of that. We're trying to go from one to the other. What else we can find.
Yeah. So how many sites is it at? Is it at every?
Yeah, there's at every site. So every lift station we have, every well site, the water plant, wastewater plant, and the one we're trying to get out of the community center, so it goes to the wastewater plant. Everywhere there's 40 some odd sites.
And those have to be done by October when he comes out here.
Those will be done in October. So he's got to reprogram everything. We have to go from site to site to site to site to site to site, and go through all the radios, make sure all the programs are correct, which they aren't right now. Go to one place. If we move one thing, we have to change it.
And he's going to be here for a few days, I'm guessing. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's gonna, if it's gonna help us save money and make your guys' job worth it, I think it is fun.
Yeah, it keeps us running down the streets every day on the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
pump
those
water
really
right
add
now.
up.
I decided to pump water on weekends, and we have to pump water on the weekend.
Exactly. And I'm
Something
sure
goes
that's
bad, I have to go
overtime.
down to the community center every time we reset something, just go and make sure we're not overflowing or shut off.
Yeah.
Good times.
I think the exciting part's gonna be when we don't have to bring up the topic.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, century.
I've invited
Well,
my
again,
tongue.
October is pretty far away.
I know, that's why I'm worried that, is he gonna be able to get everything done? I mean, and then all of a sudden we're going into winter and. Huh?
That'd be something better. Team viewer, you can get online and do something goes really bad and haywire and look at it. From there.
But the earliest time he can really come, like, service and fix
Correct.
is October.
Yeah, again, when this happened, he thought he was just working with the SCADA system, not the whole radio tank, everything. So it became a little bit more depth.
Mhm.
We're moving on to John.
Alright, so, last month we started our yearly pole transformer clearing, where we go out and clear around all the poles every year and the transformers. Started the service tie-in for lot W3, so we can, get that well in use. We attended the Telegraph Creek Bridge meeting for the water line installation. Assistant fabricating racks to support the water line. And we also helped attach all the brackets and hang the line on the bridge. And we had some money left in our maintenance for buildings, so the siding on the back of our office was rotten, so we tore that off, re-sided it with hardy, and then we had one go-wide outage that was 1.3 hours, and the generator used 55 gallons.
I got a question, John. Are you using your top, payroll employees to do the weed trimming around your poles? Or are you guys coordinating with the work crews? How's that working?
We take the inmates and we also do them now.
Okay, so is that the best use of your time and money? Well, then can we change that philosophy so that
We
we're,
used to have a contractor come out and do it. Then with previous management, it was basically throw in our lap that we had to do it, and then we also do the tree trimming too.
we go back to what I said before, is that the best time and use for what you do with your pay grade? It doesn't sound like we're not efficient, if that's the better way of.
No, one year we
approaching it.
actually had a temporary labor that did it.
So would that not save us money if we had a temporary labor?
Yeah.
Okay, so can we please check into that?
Good idea.
All right, so for May, fire department was fairly busy. We didn't run too many 911 emergencies. We only ran 12, but those 12 were very dynamic. If you look at our 911 incidents on the chief's reports, we did a little bit of everything, and that's important to see that all that apparatus out there got used in one month. So we started off with a medical or traffic collision with extraction. We received a 911 call and multiple personal calls of a car on top of a lady at the coffee shop. Luckily, it was just on top of her leg, and it wasn't. She could have very easily been hurt or killed. And we used the jaws of life to lift the car and pull her out. So it was one where it wasn't this board, but previous boards in the community had supported us for a large purchase of $30,000 for that equipment, and we don't get to use it every day, but when we need it, there's no other alternative. So that's a lot of our specialty equipment. We also had 4 med flights or air rescues, which is the hoist. We went out to Whale Gulch and supported them through mutual aid and helped rescue a hiker out in Seagown Wilderness and utilized CAL FIRE's new Firehawk to hoist them out with our ground personnel. We basically doubled the number of responders from just Shelter Cove with 4 other agencies that were requested. So unfortunately, our mutual aid are low staff. In the volunteer world, a lot of people had to get real jobs in the last 10 years, and it makes them have less of an open schedule to volunteer in the middle of the day for some of these 911 calls. So our staffing that we're able to maintain out here, including our paid staff and our part-time, is very much needed in the general area, not just Shelter Cove. Big events kind of going through. We did send the unit down to the veterans, 21 Good Salute, so it was great to see another community event that happened on Memorial Day. Our ambulance got delivered. That's going to be for next month's report, but super excited to see that here at the park out front. We actually came in just a little bit under budget from 2 years ago on the end. Not great, it's still really expensive, but we did maintain that budget, and that's including an increase on the chassis of getting a newer chassis. So unfortunately, everything fire rescue and including our power distribution, everything's expensive. So the engine that we bought in 2009 for $325,000 is over $800 now. For the exact same engine, the exact same deliverables when we get that. We are working with the CERT team. They did the fire evacuation drill last month. They brought in just under $2,000. It was great to see the community. We did the bingo. Unfortunately, people are a little complacent with our evacuation drills and the idea of Shelter Cove being safe right now. We are doing much better. We got 200 homes treated on the USDA grant out of the 584 that we're going to get. But there is still a lot of untreated homes. There's still a lot of vacant lots that are overgrown, and we are still susceptible for large damage and wildfires. This year is very dry, especially up top. We did have the week of fog, which was nice to see, and it did help slow things down in the lower cove, but the upper reaches have been dry this entire season, and I think we're about a month ahead of schedule up top. We're right around where we usually are for this time of year, from basically beach down to the ocean. But that is quickly drying up as we get these windy, hot days. And yesterday, it just felt dry in the air. So we are up staffing. We sent 8 firefighters to the Southern Humboldt Readiness Drill. It was over 200 firefighters all day. Wildfire Readiness Drill. It was great to see. Myself and Chief Hargrave were a big part of putting that on, along with Bryce on Fire and some Telegraph Ridge Fire and other chiefs. We're really pushing for these regional group trainings because we're all working together. If this place does catch on fire, I only have 4 fire engines to put the fire out. I'm going to need 100. And so making sure that these other departments have the same type of if not, maybe not brand new, but really, really nice apparatus that can make it over that hill. And so a lot of my job is to help get these other departments up to spec too, so we're not alone in our endeavor of providing that level of care for Southern Humboldt. I went and did a presentation at the Southern Humboldt Rotary and basically explained the same thing of how Shelter Cove Fire has used paid positions and part-time positions to leverage funds for grants and other things, and how that can maybe help Garberville or Redway Fire and some of these other departments. So hopefully that catches on. As far as our projects go, the really exciting one besides the ambulance is the CAL FIRE evacuation route. They're finishing up this week. So from Beach all the way to Redway, that was all Shelter Cove CAL FIRE prevention grant. One of the trucks out there was on that same grant, but that will be a big workload off of my plate, Tony's plate. we're doing $60,000, basically bi-weekly reimbursement. So, pretty scary to keep up on that kind. I just signed one yesterday for $240,000 on a reimbursement. So, that's a lot more on a weekly basis than the fire department has capital operating expenses. So, trying to stay ahead of those is really important. Like when we talk about the grant management policies and everything else, is that's just one of our 4 departments, right? 5 with Parks and Rec. So if we all had even smaller grants, we can get overwhelmed fairly fast. So making sure we have an efficient way of managing those grants can be really important. Hopefully that one is wrapped up here in the next week. And then unfortunately, we did all that work, almost $800,000 of highlighting up to 30 foot, and the roads did not get mowed by the county. So that was the part side. The other part of that, as we go forward, I don't know if the board saw the preliminary Measure O project list was put out at presentations. Guess how many projects Shelter Cove had?
0.
Nothing. So I already have reached out to Michelle Bushnell. She's on it. I can't guarantee anything's going to change with that, but as a district, as a board, as a group in whole, we need to start advocating for our road. The EV chargers, everything that we want to do is connected to people being able to make it out here safely, and our road is deteriorating quickly. And as a fire chief, I would not be doing my duties if I didn't say we need large scale either resurfacing or total replacement of sections of the road. The patchwork, some of the stuff that was patched last year is failing. I had to send our duty officer out at $35 an hour to paint potholes because we hit one of the fire trucks. So we sent them all the way up to King Peak and let people know, hey, there's potholes here. And then they were starting to get filled the next week. So I will be asking for board either a letter or something in the future to say, hey, just want to be on the radar. We're not demanding anything yet, but don't forget about us out here. Because we were a big part of advocating for that tax. I went to 4 or 5 different meetings across the South County to help push that tax. And I know there's other areas that might need it more, but Shelter Cove Road is very important. And if you've driven it lately, there's a ton of people on that road, and it's pretty dire straits. So supporting that, and we got to get these roads mowed. That's a huge part of our fire break and evacuation project that we've been getting grants for. And the only thing we don't control is the mower. And we have an MOU through staff, and Chris especially worked to get that MOU completed, and then the mower got taken out. We never saw it again. So I'm totally willing to work with the county and to help bridge those gaps, whatever problems they might have with staffing or funds to get it done. But they have to play, 2 of us have to talk on that to get it done. That is a safety issue, not just driving on the road, but our wildfire threat as well. A lot of our light flashing fuels are on the road. And people are dragging chains. I stopped the car not even 2 weeks ago that was dragging a chain, and he had no clue it was out of the counter. So driving a salmon boat out here to go fishing. So the rest of our projects are on track. We're really excited about the USDA grant moving forward. We are accepting applications or signups for the vacant lots now. But again, that's going to be much larger contracts and adding more. We have 6 contractors right now working. If 6 people are clearing 200 homes, inevitably we're going to have problems. So we've had a couple issues here and there. People with prized bushes getting weed whacked and stuff like that. Unfortunately, that is going to happen with 200 homes. So we've been trying to mitigate that as much as we can. The ladies in the office have been doing a great job of having to listen to some of those complaints before I can get involved with it. But that's what we're looking at. And then we're going to talk 2,000 plus lots. So next month's agenda, you guys will see the abatement list. That's going to be the next big step. It's going out and starting the public hearing for the abatements. So if you did not get a hold of us or you didn't sign your property up, you still have to meet that ordinance 63. So if you do not meet that, we're going to give out warnings that, hey, we're going to abate these properties to that standard. And with that abatement will come basically the explanation that, no, we're not going to charge you, which we could do. We could put liens on properties. We're going to charge it to the grain. And so that's really the silver lining of this whole policy, that we are going to treat the entire subdivision is it's not going to cost the property owners anything. We're doing it to a legal standard, and they would have to do it, and we have the legal authority to do it anyway, but we're not going to bill them on this round. And so it's really important to know that the board is the one that has to approve that. Go forward. We're not clear cutting. We can't cut trees over 8 inches for any of these projects anyway. And there is rules about working within creek zones and everything else. So it's not that we're just coming in and just whacking everything. But this is it's a development, and we need to treat it as such. If that the house is burnt down in Parkview. We're working on that one too. There's a lot of things that, in my opinion, wouldn't get left in downtown Arcata. They get left in Shelter Cove. So we do have the right to advocate for ourselves and say, hey, we don't appreciate that getting left just because we're in an unincorporated area. So I'll be working on that, and again, you guys will see the abatement list going forward for next month.
I think we should draft a letter and send it off and have all the board directors sign it in support of not forgetting about us. I think that's something we should do right away.
Yeah, I agree. If maybe you could just email me even a list of just like all the people that I could just email, this week or month just about Michelle, whomever else, and yeah.
I think that's the action item on the next agenda, right?
Yeah.
Draft that.
We could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was kind of thinking about this because, especially with the salmon weekend we had, and I mean, the roads were just destroyed even before. And I mean, that's a huge, I think, safety issue, a huge problem, and what we can do to start getting more attention from the county. And I think, I know that Shelter Cove, we do bring in a decent amount of the revenue for the county. We advocate for the county. We do a lot of stuff in terms of not just the fire department, but in terms of taxes and things like that. And so, I don't know what it would look like to maybe get a presentation together and say, hey, look, this is how much we contribute. You've got all of this stuff on Measure O, and you're not even fixing our roads. And we're going to start having more salmon season coming open as, these areas are being revitalized and stuff. And so we need this stuff upgraded.
Well, I'm gonna say too, if we're gonna have tourism, we don't want them to be scared coming out here because they can't get over the road. And they go over that road, the next time they're like, let's go to Shelter Cove. I don't want to go. You remember that road? So, I mean, if tourism's our saving grace, not just on the fire side, but on all sides. I mean, on every front, that road is terrible.
As well as a letter from the board for the Measure O. Do you think a letter for that house on Parkview?
Yeah, I'm going to work on it this month. If I think it's not going to go anywhere, I'll request that in the same.
Yeah, that's definitely asked.
There are some things we can do to slightly mitigate that on our side, but again, it goes back to the county issue. Okay. And then, okay.
I was gonna say, that, just outside of like official letters from the board, I mean, does it, us reaching out to Michelle like via email? I mean, because they have the same, board 1, 2, 3 emails and stuff like that. I mean,
True. Yeah.
from an unofficial capacity, that helps as well. So I think.
I agree. Squeaky wheel.
Yeah. She's been very responsive to anything I asked her about. So I think at certain stances, like you guys, she can't direct staff at Brown either, but she can put pressure and be like, hey, what about Shelter Cove?
Yeah, and I was just saying for like the other board members as well. Just we don't necessarily. I mean, most of us I think can get in touch with her fairly easily, but I don't think we have the same relationship with the other board members just because they're not in our district. But that doesn't mean we can't. Find their emails the same way that folks find ours and reach out to them. So.
And I would be curious to have like maybe just like a stats on like the code, like how you had said like, oh, we have this much infrastructure, this many assets here. Like how much tax revenue do we contribute to the county? Like, the hotel and lodging and just like all these things that like even just for the board's own information, like, oh, well, I would like to know that stuff. So I don't know if that's something maybe Jessica or you could do, but maybe just like have a compiled, just so we know, what we are contributing, and I think it would be interesting.
I did forget. I told Tesha that I'd say this thing on the airport. So it was in June, but I did go and did a public safety inspection with Jerry Jackson on the airport and noted some specific things. The biggest issue is definitely the tie down. So. Again, it's a funding issue. It's not anything that the bid is negligent on. It just takes money. The weeds and the weed abatement is going to lead to an issue. Public safety wise, right now it's not too bad. And Jerry compared, he's like, yeah, knock on the weeds, it's not bad. But if we let them go longer, one of the things we've seen is the larger weeds and the more aggressive, thicker stalk, thicker root systems are the ones that are staying alive. So these guys have been using the vinegar spray with the soap. It does kill a lot of the smaller weeds, but the thicker stalk stuff that destroys the asphalt, those are what you can see a lot down there in the, not so much the runway, but the approach and the takeoff areas. But we are starting to see some in the runway, and eventually it will cause crumbling, and the crumbling was the safety issue. Weeds in the air in the runway is more of a visual issue. It's aesthetics. But the paint, obviously, we have a plan to get that done. The paint was one of them that was recognized quickly. The windsock, which we're mitigating, and the tie downs are going to be the expensive one. So we can mitigate. At some point we have to look into and implant the slurry seal again, or at least the cracks. But the tie downs are going to be expensive, and I think the RID's previous history of taking a lot of it on is not going to. We can't continue to do that, and so trying to find these pilot programs or these pilot groups, and maybe, I know I was just talking to one of the community members about starting up a pilot club again. They had one in the past that helped work with the rig. To really be the champions of those. Gary is a great champion. He has all these ideas. You can, we'll see if the funding comes through, but there's a good chance it will with his backing on it. And he had a lot of insight to what he saw with his plan, including some minimal damage to, from rocks being picked up into his crop. So he doesn't want to make a big fuss about it, and I get that with him. He's a great guy. But that is going to start happening more and more. And we're seeing really expensive planes. We had a Learjet park, with his tail across the golf, the fairway on the 9th hole last year, so he didn't really realize it, and there was no parking lot. So we are starting to see some of those. We're flying in. The Cal Fire helicopter is only $2 million, and they're going to be flying in here a lot now. So we don't want rocks and other stuff getting kicked up. And with them specifically, my worry is we're going to kick up rocks with our helicopters into the planes that are parked there. So then that's going to make us have to park our helicopters further away, which is going to be on the taxiway right now. So just some long-term planning, again, strategic plan stuff is how can we get funding for those things, and how can we make the best bang for our buck on long-term projects that we can actually maintain. And then the AWAS and the stuff that Jerry's already proposed is we need to make sure that we can also maintain those, and there's not a lot of additional costs to the district, but also we need to make sure we have a modern airport if we're going to keep it open to those newer planes to get those type of people out there.
Yeah, just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a multi-million-dollar plane down there as well. But there is a group, like a pilot's radio station or a pilot radio show that comes on KMUD. I think it's every 2 weeks. I don't remember, but that might help with some names of some folks. What's it called? Plane Talk or Air Talk or something? It's like, yeah. Plane Talk, yeah.
Priced street sweeper attachment for one of our like skid steers or Kubotas, or we have one.
And that just brushes the rocks.
Is that the same attachment that you and I were speaking of on how to deal with the weeds on the airport?
Yeah.
Okay, so when will we be putting that into effect or start into use?
Well, it's already been used at least once on the airstrip in the taxiway parking area.
We've already brushed the airport taxiway this last week, and we were doing work on trying to get the pressure on this week, but we've had people out sick, so we haven't been able to get it out this week.
All right, you all done there?
Yes.
Okay, we're all done. Question, public comment. Mr. Reed.
Questions? Chris, this one's for you about the Verizon on the towers. Are they planning on adding any height to the towers or any more lights?
Yeah. I haven't heard anything about lights. I would say no to that, but they do want 20-foot extension.
Uh-oh.
When the last time that they added to that, it was a board decision that it was not going to get any higher. We already have a limit of 75 feet on anything in for towers. They overdid it on the other tower. So this is already a policy by the board, and it was stated on that. I don't remember when but it was done. The height limit is a key issue. That they allowed the other one to go higher to 131 feet, and that was made to open up the other one to not ever exceed the 75-foot height limit. And I do believe that you're adding 21 feet will absolutely do that. And that's in our statement, the beautification of the cove. And to put an ugly tower up on top of a hill is not beautification of the code. And I totally disagree with that, and I'm glad I came up here to state that.
Thank you, Arlen. Something we can look into, right?
Yeah, I'll probably.
We'll look into it. Any other public comment? Joshua, you got something?
Yeah, just, we definitely need to follow up on that.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, we're all done. Let's move on to action items. Action item number 1. I get to use my tabs. This is Chris's.
Okay, yeah, so as mentioned in the GM report, staff worked with our TSRMA legal support to update numerous district personnel-related policies. There's quite a list here.
Yeah.
I'm going to share my screen and kind of go over highlights, go over them individually as questions arise. Okay, so regarding the personnel policies, so first up is 2010. That's our main personnel policy for employees in the confidential unit. The big key updates are updates to the 9880 schedule regarding holiday usage, different components on that. Also, salary schedule updates, particularly for the accounts administrator position. Since last time this policy was updated, the job description for that position was updated and included extra certification requirements. And so I wanted to increase the pay to that particular position to reflect those extra requirements. And also that position will probably be coming vacant this upcoming fiscal year, so I want to make sure we're ready for it. Also, there are updates to the comp time, compensatory time off ability, and a lot of updates to sick and family leave on the 2010 update to bring us up to speed on modern regulations. Regarding 2190 drug and alcohol use policy, the main update was to the cannabis use as far as laws changed around cannabis, so our policy must also change. 2210 anti-harassment policy was updated a lot for a lot of discrimination and retaliation components to that. Just make sure we're up to speed with current laws. 2220 affirmative action policy is actually part of the anti-harassment policy. It's integrated into it already, so there's no reason to have a separate affirmative action policy. Plus, legal support is a little bit questionable about that one as far as Prop 209 and the legality of affirmative action. So everything of that policy got incorporated into the anti-harassment policy. And then the lactation accommodation policy, very minor adjustments there. Disability separation medical policy was added to the confidential personnel policy 2010, basically just one paragraph in the medical benefits section. Disciplinary action is also part of 2010. So there's no reason to have a separate disciplinary action policy. My recommendation is to eliminate that. Basically, what happened was, as I was telling Tesha in our meeting, the 2010 policy kind of arose in the late 90s after the district created the MOU with the union, after the union came in. And so then 2010 became basically the MOU. They both kind of reflected each other. Before then, there were just separate policies like what we have, disciplinary action. Now it's all incorporated into one policy. So 2010 encompasses a lot of different policies. Those particular policies, disciplinary action and disability separation, I think were from the early 90s, so they're outdated. The last policy was the apprentice power distribution job description, and there was just, when that policy was updated in November 2023, a sentence got removed somehow in the approval process about having that job description needing a distribution certification requirement. So working with John and the union, we wanted to put that sentence back in. So that's all this change is. And for job descriptions, you only need one reading, and that one to be approved today. The other ones, just first reading, we'll bring this back next month for second reading approval.
Question?
Yeah.
Why did we need to add that, the grade 2 water distribution certificate for the apprentice in the power?
There's a lot of crossover work among the departments, and also everyone goes on call, and when you're on call, you may be the only person responding to turn off the valve, leaking water main break. Work about that knowledge.
Why did you use the language should as opposed to shall?
I don't have a good answer to that one.
Is it a requirement?
Yeah, I guess it should be shall.
Yeah.
So, sorry, which spot are you looking at?
It's the power distribution apprentice.
We can prove that with the king.
Very much the job description at the end.
It should be should, because they need it. Like when I started here, it was everybody needed it, and it's part of being on call.
Mhm.
So in order to work on the water system, you have to have a minimum of distribution too. So to shut off any valves or anything, somebody calls for water leak. That's basically the part of it. So then everybody throughout the district at least has a grade 2 water line distribution.
Right, but if it is a requirement, then it would be a shall as opposed to a should. Should is very vague, and it leaves us open for argument from the union.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of with you, Mike, as far as legal requirements, shall is more of a must have this. Should is more room for interpretation.
Right.
Most of them say must.
Yeah,
Maybe must.
yeah, I think must is better than shall. I just,
Must is better than shall?
yeah, shall is, in terms of, you talk about the use of shall in legal contracts for hours. It's one of my favorite subjects. But the bottom line is that you should probably avoid it. If you were really trying to do an actual requirement, you should use more active verbiage. So something like will have or must have is usually better than shall if you're actually trying to create a positive requirement. So will possess a grade 2 or must possess, whichever is consistent.
All right. John, you good with that? Okay. All I got. Anybody else? Everything else is pretty much house cleaning. Clean stuff up, bring it up to date. I'm good with all that.
Yes, I just wanted us to discuss it. I'm on the fence about it, but just wanted to see where the rest of the board, its thoughts on this. Under the policy 2190, drug and alcohol abuse, on page 2, 2190.32, it states employees or officers who are found to have brought drugs or alcohol onto or other non-prescription controlled substances onto property or work sites, and have provided them to other employees while said employees are on district business shall be terminated without consideration of their enrollment in a rehabilitation program. I'm wondering if it's possible or if it would be better to have them have the ability to seek rehabilitation, since I of course am 100% against people distributing drugs on district property, of course, but I also believe people may make a mistake, and addiction is considered an illness, and so if they had the chance to enroll into rehab, it might be easier, or not easier, but it might be nice to provide them that avenue. It is really hard to replace employees out here, depending on what their capacity is. I definitely, of course, and like I said, it should definitely be called out and addressed. I'm just wondering if there is an opportunity for them to see.
I don't think that they're listing that as an addiction problem. They're listing that as a willful disregard for policy and safety to district employees. And that's why. Personally.
We talked about adding a clause at the end of that sentence, subject to GM or board review. You could add that sort of as a caveat to.
I tend to agree with Tesha in the sense that I feel like there should be the potential for an exception. The issue that I would have with that is that what I think, unless there's another policy on this, which I'm not aware of, that would require us to create that sort of appeals process, I think, for going to what is it like to have the GM review or have the board review that. If we change that shall to, may be terminated, that would give some leverage there as well. But then again, you kind of run into the problem that was brought up earlier, where you end up in this sort of weird situation that you may run into issues with the union and right, exactly. So, I tend to agree with Tesha that people make mistakes, and we have a relatively small community of folks that we hire and that we work with, and that again, I think it's better for the community to help folks or give them the chance for redemption through these policies if we can. But I'm not sure what that would look like in terms of the verbiage here.
We'll fix a willful neglect or an intentional violation of district policies. We would have to change everything if we did that, for every disciplinary action.
I'm sorry, Chris, what was your recommendation again?
Just sort of at the end, it said without consideration of their enrollment in a rehabilitation program, comma, subject to GM or board review.
I could say both GM and board review.
I mean, I'm going to agree with Mike. I think we should just leave it as if you're not following the rules, you're not following the rules. And I do understand that there are always like gray areas, but this is, this is like government. At some point, you have to just, these are the rules. And if you can't abide by it, then I'm sorry. Like, there is someone who can, these are great jobs that are well paid, that come with benefits, that have long-term employment. And at this point in time, like, people need to respect these positions.
I'm going to say my one comment would be that, back to kind of what Mike said, that it's not about them, it's about that they could hurt another employee.
Right. It's our duty to protect our staff, provide a safe environment, work environment. So I think that policy would need to stand, but I mean, it's up for discussion if you guys want to bring it back and look at changing that.
This is just first reading too. We will be
all
okay.
No, I appreciate the discussion. I wanted to see where other board members stood, and from experience, just watching the district, how difficult it is, although these are great paying jobs, it is really hard to find people to fill these positions.
I agree.
I've been in construction my whole life. And I have to say that there's nothing worse than somebody that can put another individual in jeopardy.
I also wanted to add, I don't know if I made it clear, but all of these policies were reviewed by the union too, or the union representative.
Okay, great.
And they were good with everything.
Yeah.
And it didn't cost us money.
No. In fact, on this particular policy,
Gotta ask.
Yep. To add the drug and alcohol abuse policy, I had cut the whole 2190.80 section about split sample specimens, because I just figured that was something of the purview for the laboratory in the district policy. But the IDW representative said, no, that should stay in there, so it's kept it in there.
That's for the drug testing employees?
Yeah.
That's all done at a different facility, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
All of the CDL licenses have to do it enterprise DOT.
I'm very familiar. Anybody else have any other talking points on these? This action item? It's not really an action item, it's first reading, right?
It's an action item for the power distribution apprentice position, job description, policy 24.
So someone needs to make a motion to approve the description for the, is that, okay,
With changes.
with changes. Okay, I'd like to make a, what?
To must or?
Oh, must,
Just so they
okay.
are clear.
Right. I'd like to make a motion to approve the description for the apprentice power distribution, changing should to must. Anything else to add?
No.
That's it?
Good.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Russ Baumheim,
Aye.
Jeffrey Sheen,
Aye.
Mike Solari,
Aye.
Kristen Sanders,
Aye.
Jeff Hilburn.
Aye.
Motion carries. Got it. Alright. Lucky tabs. Moving on. Action item number 2, consider adoption of resolution 2506, establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Okay, so in November of 1979, California voters approved Proposition 4, also called the GAN Initiative, which added Article 13B to the California State Constitution. In 1980, the state legislation added Division 9, commencing with Section 7900 of Title I of Government Code to implement Article 13B. This legislation required the governing body of each local jurisdiction in California to annually establish an appropriations limit, also referred to as the GAN limit. Current appropriation limits are generally based on actual revenue appropriations during the initial base year, the fiscal year 1978 to 1979, and adjusted annually thereafter to account for California per capita cost of living increases and population as published by the California State Department of Finance. The annual limits must be adopted by a board resolution each year. So, using the report that was published by the California Department of Finance, which is included in your packet, and using the approved one of the approved calculation methods, our appropriation limit has gone up this year, capping the amount of revenue we can collect through taxes at $1,785,022.
Alright. We got anything? I'm good with it.
Just for clarity, Chris, when we met, you said the district's roughly at about 1.3 million right now.
Yes, give or take.
So that leaves us some room to move forward with our proposed special utility tax increase, as
Yes.
well as that includes the fire tax as well.
It could include possible increases to other taxes.
Okay.
There's plenty of buffer still built in our appropriations.
Anybody else got anything on this topic? No? Alright, let's get a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 25-6, establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call.
Jeff Hilburn,
Aye.
Wes Baumheim,
Aye.
Joseph Sheen,
Aye.
Mike Solari,
Aye.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Motion carries. I did forget public comment. Does our public have any comments on this matter? No? Thank goodness.
We would have reminded you.
Oh, thank you. I
Alright.
appreciate that. My back is sore. I'm heavily medicated today.
employee.
It's
Volunteer.
ibuprofen. No, it's not. Okay, let's move on to action item number 3. Consider update policy number 3067, utility capacity charge, and assistance program, first reading. Chris?
Yeah, so this came up at the last board meeting, and then we, I think it was US who requested to get legal support on this, make sure that we are in compliance. Background, this policy allows for a prospective utility customer to pay their respective utility capacity charges interest-free over the course of 3 years with a nominal application fee. I believe that fee is about $100. To recoup the administrative costs incurred while tracking these plans and to incentivize a prospective customer to pay upfront, staff recommend adding a 10% fee to the total capacity charge payment plan, which can be prorated into the monthly payments. This fee would translate to an additional $1,500 if the customer is connecting all 3 utilities, or roughly $42 more per month on their 3-year payment plan. So, and as I said, the revised policy with track changes enabled is attached. This policy change has also been reviewed and approved by our new district general counsel, Ryan Clark. So the recommendation is to review and discuss modifications to this policy and bring applicable changes back next month for a second reading and final approval.
So there won't be a vote on this one. First reading. I'm good with it. Anybody else?
Yeah, good to me.
Good with it? Well,
If it's being paid off early, do you still incur the 10% fee over the total? The way that it was written, because it does say shall pay 10% of total cost of the payment agreement as an administrative fee. So that's just a flat, if you're taking your time, you're going to pay that extra 10% regardless of how long it takes you to pay, but you still have to pay within a certain amount of time. So if you apply for that, and instead of taking, the full amount of time, you take 2 months to pay it, you're still paying that full 10%.
Early payoff kind of bonus.
Right. And I mean, I think it has to be worded this way, and I think that that's the way it has to work, but I'm not entirely sure. But just the way when I was reading it, it looks like you basically just tack that 10% on at the beginning, and you have to pay through to get that. And that may be the requirement in order to maintain for the usury laws and that sort of thing, but I'm not entirely sure because it just says spread over the term of the payment plan.
Yeah, so it would be
So that may be something in the payment plan that allows you to pay it off early with less, but I'm not sure how that works.
I would suggest that it up to $1,500, $42 or whatever a month. That way, if you do pay it off early, then you're not getting hit the whole time.
okay.
What was like those last few months? You would just
Well, if you have a cap of $1,500, right, and you're getting basically $42 a month, and let's say you pay it off in 2 years, you're going to save $42 a month times 12, right?
Yeah.
Because you're capped at 1,500. So the most you're going to pay is 1,500, right? But if it's factored in monthly, then if you pay it off early, you're not being penalized.
Yeah, because then your account would close, and so you wouldn't be incurring, the 42 after that. I'm sure there is probably.
Just for
I mean, I don't know what the software is, but I'm sure it's just. Yeah, that makes sense.
sounds like a lot of accounting work.
Yeah, well, then maybe they just agree to, there's a pre-penalty payment,
Finance.
Yeah, it just is what it is. And I mean, I'm sure most people aren't going to try and pay off this at 10% when like credit card bills are like at, 25. Yeah, I mean, really.
Yeah, and that's how it reads now, is that you basically, for delaying it however long, you pay an extra 10%.
Yeah,
You're not going to encourage them to pay it off early, I'll tell you that.
yeah.
Well, but they're already taking advantage of the payment plan, which the district technically didn't have to do. And it does take up staff time regardless. If they close it out early or not, that's already record keeping. And it's hard to assign a dollar amount to how much staff time that is, but it is it does add to their workload regardless if they pay it off early, a couple months early or not.
Right. And that's,
I agree, it probably does add to staff time, but like, I feel like the staff is like pretty well skilled and able to take on interest payment. But, you know, I'm sure we should probably have software that just does all that for them too. I mean, they send out the bill.
I'm also gonna say that, I'm pretty sure they didn't want to do a payment plan. I mean, it's because they couldn't make their ends meet. So why do we want to penalize them if they finally can pay it off early? That doesn't make sense to me.
well,
I just don't believe that the district should be absorbing those costs, that staff time. That's not our.
But if it's the way that we're creating revenue, I mean, we kind of have to. I mean, I seriously doubt they're gonna be like lining up at the door, trying to prepay these off.
And so keeping it as it is, that if you take advantage of the payment plan, regardless if you pay it off early or not, is bringing in more revenue. Then rather than if you were just like, okay, you completed a couple, you paid it off 2 or 3 months early, then, and so you get a discount. It's, again, it has affected the staff.
See, they're getting a discount because the staff's not spending any more time.
well, and I mean, I tend to agree with Tesha on this. I mean, it is couched as an administrative fee. And so it's almost like the same fee that we were talking about earlier, where if you're paying via your credit card instead of cash or a check for your RID bill, it's the same, it's an administrative fee. It's the additional cost of having that price of processing. And I think an early payoff, I mean, I've encountered a few, as few as possible as I can, accounting softwares, and it seems like it's always tricky to manage that kind of stuff when you're trying to do early payoffs and things like that.
What if we just averaged and just did a straight flat rate of administrative fee for finance? And then it's a lot easier on our staff to calculate. So it's just while you're financing, it's a $30 increase monthly fee, or 40 or whatever it would be, to work out to 10%. And that way, if they pay it off, they don't pay the administrative fee moving forward. So it encourages them to pay it off as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think that's
Without
what
all the calculations having to be done by the accounting department.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's what Jeff's saying. Yeah.
That's what I wasn't hearing.
Yeah, that's okay. Good for us to be clear.
Is there a particular change in wording on that added section recommending?
I mean, personally, I think that what we have written up is fair, regardless if you pay it off early or not. It's an administrative fee. Look at it as that. I don't think people should be getting, if they decide to pay it off early, that should have to, that the district should lose out on that administrative cost, regardless. I don't know if somebody else wants to change the verbiage, then that has to go for, we have to vote on that.
So what you're saying is like the $1,500 is the administrative fee?
Basically, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, if that covers our costs and everyone.
Yeah. Works for
Yeah.
me.
And just note that if you're purchasing your utilities, so it's less if you.
Right.
So it'd be 500 per utility? Yeah, yeah.
I like it.
Okay.
Let's get a motion. Oh, hold it. Public comment.
Well, and this is first reading too.
Public comment. Right. So we're all liking what we're seeing. No action. Perfect. All right, moving on, action item number 4. Consider the 25-26 RID and Shelter Cove Fire Department budget presentation, final reading. Take it away, Chris.
Okay, so May 15th, last month's board meeting, the board reviewed the preliminary budget. Since then, we've had a couple of budget advisory committee meetings. Suggested revisions from the meetings have been incorporated into the presented budget here. Additional modifications are also incorporated. One thing I wanted to note, just as Jessica noted in her report earlier, the property liability insurance and the workers' comp insurance is actually going to be lower than what's listed here by about 20-something thousand. But however, on the other hand, the SDRMA provided medical insurance. We learned only last week of the actual percentage increase, which happens every January. We always estimate 10% for budgeting purposes. And they actually told us the increase is going to be 13.83%. So that translated to roughly $6,000 increase more in medical insurance costs than what's displayed in this budget. So it's kind of a wash with these two, the savings there and the increase here. It's actually going to be a little bit lower altogether. So I just decided to leave everything as is. But just for your information, the insurance costs are slightly different than what's in the budget.
Okay. Thank you for the larger font on that, by the way. Appreciate that. Yeah, I got nothing on there. Anybody else? You want to kick this thing off?
You guys are ready to move on. So I guess, Chris, just based on what you just said, I mean, we are trying to get the budget as accurate as possible. Why would we not incorporate those changes as you discussed?
Well, it's basically timing. We only learned about the GSRMA this week. It's already been
Gotcha. Okay.
And
Okay.
the other change was late last week.
Okay, so it was a timing thing. I just wanted to make sure that, okay. And so in the final version, will that be reflected?
We can do that, yeah.
I think that's fair for accurate record keeping as we go forward, right? That's one of the things that we've been talking about, not just this whole meeting, but going on is that, we don't have accurate historical records. And so if we're going to be, taking the budget into the future and, even the rest of this year as we're watching as the budget meets these certain milestones and whether or not we actually can hit the, how accurate our budget is, I think we should start with one as accurate as possible. Not to,
The GSRMA one would be easy to change. The other one is a little more difficult because you're talking about half of the fiscal year, with 14 different employees. You have to change all the numbers, but it can be done.
Okay.
So does that mean we're bringing it back, or can we approve it with changes?
We can improve it.
Yeah, I don't think
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, I think
It wasn't just me, Jeff. It wasn't just me.
I feel like I know this
Already
story.
know
I
it,
felt
right?
the same thing. I was like, what questions are there?
Those changes we were just talking about will only amount to about 10,000 savings or so, and what's reflected. It's pretty small.
Right. And I'm less concerned about the end game amounts as I am in kind of accurately being able to have a record of what we legitimately budget for versus what we actually spent, and especially as we're going into the next year and stuff.
Since Jeff has nothing to say on this topic, let's go to Tesha.
Well, for clarity, and for the public, we're potentially operating at almost $1 million deficit. And, so with that said, anything in here moving forward, even if we're approving it now, we really do need to be justifying it to the public, in a written format as to why we're authorizing these capital improvements. There's not a lot of them on there, but there are some. Also, I'm looking at, and I already met with Chris to go over the budget and did have a lot of my questions addressed, but then I did have when I went back over the budget last night, I'm wondering on the community center improvements, community center / recreation shelter. I'm seeing, there's only $1,000 there when I know that, and we know that the whole south wall needs to be addressed with leaking, the roof is leaking. If it continues to go through another winter, it's just going to exacerbate the damage. And so I'm wondering, you do have I don't have that line item in front of me, Chris, you might be able to tell me. You do have it 17,000 earmarked for,
10,000
Oh.
in, like architectural
yes,
engineering analysis.
10,000, okay. I'm just wondering for the architectural redesign of basically having someone come in and tell us how we could maybe perhaps redesign the community center shelter into a different format to see if it's doable. I'm just wondering if maybe we should be putting that money instead into the community center improvements. I know that the cost of the improvements that I'm speaking of, we're probably looking at more than 20, just on the conservative side, 20 to 25 plus. But again, if we continue to allow the building not to be, like if we don't deal with those leaking issues, it's going to be worse. And that is district infrastructure that even if we do a new community center elsewhere, how the community center initially was brought to the public and to the staff was that clubhouse could be utilized for district staff, like the office moving down to there, and then this being all for the fire department. And so I don't think it's prudent of us to not be fixing at least the leaks, even if that costs more money. I don't know where that money's coming from, but I'd rather see the 10,000 being put towards that than a architect coming in trying to, reformat the community center. I know that's needed as well, but maybe not this year. And so that's how I feel about it.
You know what, we talked about that a lot, and one of the reasons we came up with that was because, and I don't know the terminology, but Jeff was saying, like, as soon as they open up that wall, would you say it could turn into a change order?
Well,
And so it could actually, like, we'd send out the bid, say for 30,000 to like to fix the wall, but it could turn into like, they do a change order, it's like a $70,000 job. So we were thinking, like, if you come in and do the architectural work, like, then we could actually have like a plan for the whole thing before we just try and fix one wall. And right, wasn't that kind of part of our discussion?
Well, we could have an actual inspector come in to tell us what's wrong with it before we.
Well, that, again, an inspector is for inspection. They can't open the walls up. They're not gonna open the walls up. The question really is do we put a Band-Aid on it if we may end up tearing it down? Because I know there's a mold issue in there. I know that there's a lot of other issues that are bigger. And then again, back to one of the conversations that came up with Chris is, I don't know what I'd do with it. Well, let's find out what we can do with it. Now, so the real question would be back to the budget. Okay, we're running at $1 million deficit, right? Okay, so we can get somebody to give us an inspection right now to decide that, yeah, if we do this, then yeah, it's worth fixing it up. And if it's not, then we're gonna have to figure out what are we gonna do with it. And that goes back to this whole comprehensive plan that I keep bringing up. Do we deal with the community clubhouse, which to me is more important to the community, or do we deal with a pickleball court? So I think that we need a comprehensive plan. It doesn't mean that we don't want the pickleball court. It doesn't mean the pickleball court can't even be done in phase one. But we need a comprehensive plan, and we have a building that is a deferred maintenance nightmare.
And so then that's why we put
That's
the money
why we
in for
put
the
it in,
architect
the
engineer, so they could come in and say, hey, this is what you could do. And then, but you were also saying, like, we could, whatever that water resistant, and then check the flashing around the window as just like a start. Or even like putting a roof over like the porch, which would be nice, like it's so hot. But we were trying to like think of other ways than like spending 30,000, right? And then as soon as they open up the wall, they're like, oh, change order. Now it's going to be, 50, 60, and you can't close the wall back up once it's open. So we were,
You need a plan.
yeah, so that's why we put up, the engineers, so we can kind of come up with like a.
Be able to open up the wall and figure out what's needed.
I'm gonna say you need a cohesive plan before you stick a Band-Aid on it.
But then also, like you were saying, like as a contractor, right? As soon as you
I'm not gonna
open
lose
it up,
money. I'm
yeah.
not gonna lose money. I'm
So,
gonna come in there and say, here's my bid. Oh, when that wall opens up and I find that much more damage, that's a huge change.
Yeah.
and so that was one of our concerns, is like,
That's
okay,
budget side.
I'd like to hear the recommendation of the Parks and Recs Committee on this matter, and then we can go from there.
Yeah.
And then we'll make the decision from there, but we don't have the money to do it, so we're gonna have to find some solution. I'd like to hear, that way we have more minds thinking about it than just us five and staff here, so.
Yeah.
I think with the budget that's presented, I think we can probably buy ourselves at least one fiscal year, maybe just rudimentary caulking, whatever it takes to stop a leak. It's not gonna fix the problem, and while we reassess what it is.
Right.
While we reassess what we want to do.
That was our
yeah.
thought.
Mhm.
I feel like the longer we defer on fixing those leaks, the more exasperating the issue.
Yeah.
And will be more costly regardless.
Okay, any more discussions on this budget? Yes.
I've had everything else.
Okay. Wes? No? Kristen?
Yeah.
No? And Jeff? All right, let's get a motion going.
Oh,
Public comment.
Gotta do staff first, staff first.
Oh, staff first.
We got a change on ours. Somehow our drone didn't make it on this one. It's on the online version, but taking where'd it go? So the 60,000 for the apparatus building, 9217. We're taking 20 out of that after reevaluating our rent plans and moving it to the drone program, which got pushed off from last year. So if I don't get that in there, I'll look at the time sheet because we'll be very not happy with it. That was a decision almost 3 years ago that was funded and then pulled, and we were going to share it with the power guys. We were going to run it separate. But in order to get grants for that program, we need to get it started, including training and a base platform. And we're running.
Great.
Can you tell us what that program is, a little?
What the drone program is?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so basically it's a search and rescue drone. So the drones we're running right now, myself and Chief Harker have personal smaller drones. They're like $380. But we've already used them for smoke checks, search and rescues. They just used one on a search and rescue down in No Pass 3 weeks ago. So this is a much larger one that we can use in the King range, and we can fly it higher, and it also has a thermal imager capacity that we can use to inspect the power lines as well. 3 years ago, when we made the original proposal to the board, it was going to be a power fire sharing system, and the original board kind of didn't like that idea. So they pulled it, and then last year it didn't get put back on the budget. So this has been deferred for 3 years, and with 20,000, I think we can get the intro, and we should be able to leverage a grant with that too. So there are some substantial grants that are going on right now for the. There's all sorts of stuff it can do. It can do mapping, it can do a lot. So that will be the, right now we're looking at a DJI Matrice, if you guys want to look that up. But we've had, last year the Chinese issue came out where it had Chinese malware on all the drones, and then the government put a stop to them. That's all gone now. They've opened it back up. A lot more public agencies are flying the DJI platform. And definitely something that we utilize. It can also drop an inflatable to people in the ocean. So,
Wow.
yeah.
So, and that doesn't actually change.
It doesn't change the numbers at all. No,
Well, the bottom line, but it does shift some of the numbers
so
of where
it
they're being
creates a
spent.
new budget line in the, it will be a capital expense. It will be down there really under magnesium hydroxide, 920XX. So we will give it a line when it gets approved.
Gotcha.
And it will take that 20 grand off of the 9217.
So Chris, Nick, we just overlooked it when we had our meeting.
No, it's in the online version. It just didn't get put on this. We have a live Teams budget draft. It was changed after that.
Okay, so we can go to public comment now? Perfect. Yeah.
Hey, so fun. Yeah. About the clubhouse, the problem with it is that the things have been deferred for over a decade, and what I'm seeing in this budget is more of the same. It's not repairing the damage that is being done every day. And if in fact the walls are opened up and there's rot right now, I can guarantee by this time next year, the entire structure will have been rotted. So trying to say that we shouldn't touch something because we're scared of rot that's inside the wall is very short-sighted.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Arlo?
Go.
Okay. Oh, we're looking at a motion.
I will make a motion and changes as discussed to adopt the Resort Improvement District #1 Shelter Cove Sewer and Other Facility Maintenance Division 1 Shelter Cove Fire Department fiscal year 25-26 budget as amended. Is that correct?
I'll second that motion.
Roll call.
Mike Story,
Aye.
Kristen Sanders, Jeff Hildreth, Les Longhide.
Aye.
Joshua Boucher.
Aye.
Motion carries. Good changes. They said would do. All right, moving on to action item number 5. Consider amendments to the following district ordinances. I have to read all these.
No, I'll go.
You'll take it.
Okay, so as I said earlier in the GM report, we needed to update our ordinance number 65 for water system connections, mainly because of updated cross connection control policy requirements. And our ordinance number 65 currently has a lot of references to Title 17 of the California Code of Regulations. Title 17 no longer governs backflow prevention requirements, as stipulated in the existing ordinance. So we need to make some changes. And other changes made in that ordinance are identical to the verbiage in the ordinances for sewer and electrical utility connections, ordinances 67 and 70 respectively. And also the administrative rate schedule, ARS, for miscellaneous fees and general rules, or ordinance number 69, also needs to be updated to align with the same changes, particularly the removal of the requirement for renter deposits. And that's something staff and community members have been asking us for. No longer requiring renter deposits is warranted, considering that ultimately, as the ordinances state, the owner is responsible for utility charges on their property. An owner can require a deposit from their renter to ensure proper utility payment. Thus, the district does not need to charge an additional deposit to the owner's renter. When we manage renter deposits, it adds unnecessary administrative costs to the district, time, staff time to keep track of these accounts, and it's also unpopular with renters. We also, unfortunately, had to bring back ordinance number 672, the hookup fees, which we just approved changes on, and ordinance number 73, the administrative rate schedule for water and sewer services, to align with the changes we made in ordinance number 65 also, which mainly revolve around the standard water meter size. The only change we made to 72 and 73 are changing the standard water meter size from 3/4 by 5/8 to 3/4 by 3/4, which aligns with modern fire flow requirements for sprinkler systems and whatnot. And the revised ordinances with track changes enabled are attached. I am going to share my screen real quick. Kind of a handy graphic I had for the policy one. So this kind of goes over the main key updates to these ordinances. As I said, 65 was the main one that we wanted to update. Unfortunately, we had to update all these other ones to align with it. Mainly the cross-connection control requirement, renter deposits, and the standard water meter size. So this is just the first reading. We will bring these all back next month. So our recommendation here is to suggest any further reviews or changes to these ordinances that I can incorporate into the second reading. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right.
So for ordinance 65, and I think I asked you this, I wasn't sure if I received the answer. On page 5, Article 2, number 1, the disconnection of water services, if payments aren't received, that is legal?
Yeah, we do have a water disconnect policy, and it does say for lack of non-payment, I think it's 60 days.
Okay, so we did, they do
That
that.
policy again, but that is a policy from the state, so. I
Okay,
believe you mentioned this during when COVID was out.
okay, that's probably what I was thinking of then. Okay. And then this is more just for, on page 12, Article 4, letter D, and it has to do with the backflow assessment. I think that cost should be on the customer, which is our policy, but it doesn't sound like we've been adhering to that policy. And so if we're looking at bringing in revenue, we can also look at how the district may be absorbing costs that really the customers should be responsible for. And just making sure that we're following our own policy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring clarity to that.
So just some background, I think there's about 25 to 30 backflow prevention devices in the district. Our wastewater staff certified, they test that device once, every device has to be tested once per year. Some of these devices are pretty easy, pretty quick to test, other ones take a long time and have ongoing issues, and it's kind of a can of worms once you open them up. So we do have it in an ordinance that either we test it or they have a certified tester perform it for us. And it is in our ordinance that all costs for testing and servicing are borne by the customer. Traditionally, we haven't charged the customer, but we do have that ability.
So we're not, so let's see here. So ordinance 72, which is the hookup fees, that'll be coming back to us next month for the second reading?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have to vote on anything right now.
No, this is just to provide input, discussion for any further changes, revisions.
So, most utility companies charge charge the renters a deposit. What is the reason that we're not doing that? Do we have a deposit from the owner in the event that the renter stops paying and leaves, or like what's the justification besides the fact that nobody likes it? Because nobody likes deposits. Like that's kind of just how it goes, right? So like, besides the fact that nobody likes it, is it an issue where we no longer need that safeguard? Or, I understand that the onus should be on the owner for unpaid fees. How does that work as far as the collection goes with that? And, that conversation, are we now going to get a deposit from the owner in lieu of the renter?
And I believe it's ordinance 69 that if there's lack of payment on an account, there is a deposit required upon reconnection. I think it's calculated on the highest month. I can't remember what it is. I know it's written into that ordinance. So if the connection is not paid, then there is a deposit, which would go to the owner.
That's the connection?
The reconnection.
Okay.
So say there isn't a payment made, then only after 60 days or whatever the ordinance states, and they receive their utility services shut off, in order to have them reinstated, then the owner would have to pay the deposit.
Yeah. It says a service deposit equal to 2 months of the highest monthly invoice over the previous 12 months will be required to protect the interests of the district.
Right.
And reconnection to the disconnect utility service. That would be borne by the owner.
Just trying to ease up some of our administrative work here.
I would just know that a normal homeowner does not have a deposit requirement, it's only a renter that has to pay a deposit. So I don't know. I just want to point that out, that there's a very limited amount of customers that are renters. I don't remember how many we have, but there's not that many. The money's in an account, in a separate bank account for when they are, I don't know, it usually ends up being applied to their final bill in general. What ends up happening with deposits.
Yeah. And then do we have to repay that with insurance or anything, or interest rather, or anything? Is there?
No.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Anybody else? Questions, comments?
Jessica, how much time will it save administrative staff if you don't retake the renter's deposit?
I do believe this is pretty minimal on staffing. It's really just when an account's closed out, it's part of the process, or when an account's open. So, I mean, it's minimal.
So then the next question is, unfortunately, it is minimal, but the bank account that the deposits are put in, are we making interest on it?
I believe we are. I think I have Tony, she said no.
No, but however, it's almost a hidden source of income because I think there are a handful of renters that did not get their deposits back and we had no contact for them. So now we have money and we have to figure out what to do
We
with
have
it.
to send that to the state.
So again,
We talked about that. We have to send it to the state.
So that is back to the administrative costs, so it will save us.
We'll add some staff.
I don't know. Just my opinion. I don't know when you had to put down a deposit, but I definitely remember being a renter and having to put down a deposit, and I felt like it was kind of a hardship. I always felt like it was a weed thing, to make sure you didn't like walk on your high electricity bill. So, I mean, I would like to see the deposits just go away, honestly. But or just spread evenly amongst all property owners. I think it's a little strange that like only a renter has to pay the deposit, but like if you're a homeowner, you don't.
Yeah. Outside of here, every place I've rented, all the utilities require a deposit.
PG&E. Really?
Yeah. And SoCal Gas, and I mean, I've been members of like
propane,
co-ops
right,
and
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
But I mean, if we want to get rid,
I don't know. Do you think like, I mean, how many times? I mean, do you think they are a good safeguard? Like, I mean, what do you think? Like, or is it just like, oh, let's simplify things, no more deposits?
It's more of a safeguard for the homeowner, really, because if the renter walks out without paying the bill, then we have that deposit that can get applied against the account. Now, if the renter walks out on that bill, now the homeowner is responsible. So it's really more of a safeguard to the homeowner than it is to us. It's like for renter deposit.
Right.
Another piece of information, I think City of Fortuna and City of Eureka, I think they also require deposits, but then after a year of paying the bill, they immediately get credited back to the accounts. I know that's how they work in Fortuna, but we don't do that, and that's for owners and renters, anyone having an account.
I would say that with the deposit, sometimes it's also used like when a renter is closing out their moving and they're paying their last bill, they get that deposit taken off of their last bill, so it helps them not have quite a large bill all at once as they're closing out the account. And like it is a safeguard for the homeowner as far as it's just less money that they have to pay out of pocket if they're left with a bill, with the utility bill. I personally am in favor of the deposits.
I would be in favor of the deposits if it was like applied equally from here on out. I think that's weird just to require a renter, because a homeowner is just as likely to not pay a bill in a sense.
well, I think it comes down to the recourse, right? You can lien the property if they don't pay. A renter doesn't give a shit.
But do we do that as RID? Have we? I mean,
Probably not, but
yeah.
No, the process is kind of expensive, so we have collection.
Oh,
And then we
okay.
lose
Yeah.
money anyway.
Yeah. I
Some
don't
money's
know.
better than no money.
Whatever you guys want to do.
easing our staff time a little bit. I mean, I'm okay with putting the burden on the homeowner as opposed to the district. And that's kind of how I look at it personally. But anybody else have any other comments, questions on this topic?
I mean, I agree with Mike, and I kind of just don't like the inequality of the whole thing.
Right.
Like, because, yeah, you don't own, it just, I don't like how
More work
that
for
feels.
us.
And just as a renter, like, there's enough
Yeah.
hoops a lot of people have to struggle through, so.
You said this is the first reading, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So I have time to vacillate on it.
Yes.
Oh, so, and maybe we could look at just requiring a deposit for all accounts. If we wanted to make
That'd be
it.
a lot of work.
Yeah.
Not me. My army
The microphone didn't like that idea.
Yeah, no.
Well, if we were talking about sharing the burden or having more equality, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can move on to public comment.
Thank you. I just want to say that I bought 2 houses here that the tenants before left me with a $7,500 bill. So I am in favor of having the renters do that, pay up a little bit. And it was surprising, and nobody likes to have the deposit, but nobody likes to buy a house and then find out that they can't get electricity. So they pay $7,500.
It wasn't disclosed by your realtor?
Was not.
Oh, sounds like you,
One was, Dago also.
oh, yeah, that's buyer everywhere.
Yeah.
Can you say your name for the record?
Arlen.
Arlen. All right, this first read, so if no other questions, we can move on. Yeah. Okay.
Do you have any particular recommendations for each that you want to keep it as is, or you want to?
I think you keep it as is. Talk about it again.
You mean keep it with the cross out and the renter deposit, or?
Yeah, and then we'll discuss it for the next one for second reading, and then we can make changes accordingly. Absolutely. All right, let's move on. Action item number 6. Consider airplane parking fees. That one should be really quick and easy. Chris?
Well, as Laura Ball mentioned, recent discussion for an additional source of revenue in the airstrip spurred district staff to purchase and install airplane parking fee collection boxes, which are now located at both tie-down areas of the airstrip. The total cost for the project was around $500 and funded within the current budget under the airport maintenance line item. The Parks and Recreation Committee discussed this topic at the most recent Parks and Rec Committee meeting on May 22nd. The recommendation to the board was to approve airplane parking fees at $5 per tie-down/landing with the option for additional donation. The committee also recommended the approval of an annual parking pass sticker option for a $100 fee. I'm going to share my screen one more time with the options. So minimal financial impact, minimal ongoing staff time and supply costs, we process payments, purchase of annual stickers. We'll have to buy the templates at an estimated cost of $150 for 100 stickers. Potential revenue source of an unknown amount, currently estimated in the budget, fiscal year 25-26 budget at $1,000. Recommendation is to approve airplane parking fees of $5 per tie-down and landing, with the option for additional donation and the option for an annual parking pass sticker for a $100 fee. On the screen, you can see there are 3 different options for the envelopes that we will put with the fee collection boxes. Not sure. Does the committee have a recommendation?
Well, option 1 is recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Committee. I don't know that that's a great layout. I think it's a little hard to understand what's going on with that. So it's open to suggestion. But I did include various options because there was a few things that were discussed. So note number 1 with the having a landing and overnight one, you're going to pay $5. But giving pilots an option to donate in addition. The second one is without an additional
additional donation option, and the last one is what the original idea had been, was just $5 for overnight fees off the landing, which is kind of in line with what most airports do. So I just wanted to present all those options, but the airline option one was the recommendation, and I am open to suggestions on how to reword that so it's more understandable.
And here are here's the information on the annual pass stickers. We were $100 per annual fee. And the Parks and Rec Committee liked the blue rimmed one.
Are you wanting us to choose?
You don't have to, it's more of what you want to do.
Yeah. I mean, I like the one where there's optional donation, so if they've only got a $10 bill, they're gonna throw it in and mark $5 optional donation. Like that.
I mean, I kind of like the first one too. I mean, I would like to see a little feedback thing too. That might be kind of
That's
just a
actually not
nice
bad
little,
idea.
you know, just like I mean, if we're gonna do donation, just like feedback, because I feel like that's something we need more in the Cove anyways. It's just like, what are you doing here?
Yeah,
What do
I
you
like
think?
feedback.
Tell us what, you know, and yeah. So I would just put a little feedback thing, but I like the first one.
That's a good idea.
And I'm sorry. Go ahead,
No, go ahead.
please.
Maybe they're like, we hate the fees.
I was gonna say that, I like the first one, but I also think that, you know, we have a committee that's recommending the first one, and they've done their due diligence, and I think we need to support our committee.
Mm-hmm. I think, and so they like the first one, right, too?
Yeah.
And I would just cross out enjoy your stay. I would just say welcome to Shelter Cove. Please give feedback.
And feedback, yeah, definitely. I like that idea.
Or additional comments on the back of the envelope.
Also, yeah. And then as soon as we can figure it out, I would like to add a QR code.
Yeah.
To the, I think we discussed putting a QR code on the actual box. Is that what or signage? I think,
Out of the envelope, yeah. We
or the
can figure
envelope,
that out.
or the envelope, okay.
Is that gonna cost us money?
Well, anytime you use a third party, vendor, which is what we would have to do, they're gonna collect a portion of that, I'm sure.
Sorry.
What about like Venmo?
They
We have like,
collect.
they do,
They-
okay,
they-
yeah.
A merchant could be a merchant, you know, so
Yeah.
it's not just a personal account.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay, I guess I just have a personal. Gotcha.
Okay, anybody else have any other questions?
Yeah, I had a point. I don't know that you need to have like, I mean, I do appreciate the reminder for an optional additional donation, but having like a checkbox with an amount set that they fill in, I don't know. I just feel like they're going to be having checkboxes in general for what they're doing. I don't think is necessary. And you know, so tie down landing fee, $5 per night per landing. I agree that $5 per night per landing is a little weird because if somebody's out here practicing landing, that seems kind of funny. But
Agreed.
you know, so just having maybe some comment in there rather than having like you know, additional donations appreciated or something like that. You know, to have they put in a $10 bill and you know for $5 per night. Are we? Is that an accounting thing? Why we're saying what this additional donation is for or something like that? What's the thought behind having that a fillable thing? Yeah.
Respond to that. What came up in our discussions is that it gives an opportunity for if they don't have change, they'll be giving a little bit more. But based on feedback from the committee members who were speaking with pilots, some feedback they got was that pilots would be willing to help donate towards the airport. In response, what I would like to respond to is as far as whether aircraft is coming in and landing, touching down, spending a short amount of time to go have lunch, or whether or not they are spending the night. It's the same amount of infrastructure that is being upkeeping. So that's why we went with the option of it's $5 regardless if you're just here for a bit or if you're staying overnight.
I'm going to disagree with that because most airports that charge for a landing fee do have facilities. They have bathrooms, they have AC, they have water. There's like an airport manager, so that's why I would still just say overnight fee.
Yeah, and just, this gives us an opportunity to maybe work towards that, because we are looking at wanting to put in more infrastructure in that location for not just a portable toilet situation for long term. That's more, we've been trying to have more infrastructure there for pilots. And so having people contribute to that prior to us having it, I think is important. And the businesses are profiting off of it. It's something that the everyday taxpayers, we do have it for emergencies, which is great if you have one. But overall, not everyone gets to utilize that airport. There's not very many full-time residents that have aircraft. And so it's a lot of infrastructure to be keeping up. And I feel that the $5 fee is, when you're talking about multi-million-dollar aircraft coming in, that is really a deterrent to whether they're going to land here or not.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that we shouldn't have any kind of fee. Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that we shouldn't have the fee. I was just saying that, or that we shouldn't accept donations. I just think that, having the check boxes, I think, is unnecessary, and having a spot to fill in the additional donation is unnecessary. And, ultimately, we're not policing this, right? Like, we don't have somebody going down and being like, oh, N2475 and W only paid for one night. We're going to impound their Learjet, right? Like, yeah, little on the wing.
So, but it is, we're looking at ways to bring in revenue on at any level that we can. And so a $5 fee just for use of the airport is pretty minimal.
Yeah.
Whether we have, we're not everywhere else. And so whether we have all the infrastructure there yet,
Yeah, we can increase it as we put that infrastructure in. Start charging for toilet paper.
Put down for like a memo or something. They could say, hey, throw an extra $20 in, you just sweep this parking area or something, stuff like that. Let them feel like they're getting a little bang for their buck.
Well, I'm also gonna say it's some good, neighbor policy. They're just like the golf course, large percentage don't pay, and they should, right? But they don't. So again, we're gonna assume that every pilot's gonna pay, but that doesn't mean that it's gonna happen. So I think that overall, it's not a bad idea.
Joe Jackson isn't here today, but I will just parrot him in saying that most pilots want good karma.
So do most golfers.
I like that.
That's a good point.
Okay.
So then he liked the last one. Is that the one that Jerry liked? I just saw it suggested by local pilot in the box.
Initially, but after our discussion at the meeting, he understood why the $5 per night or landing was warranted. That was initially his suggestion, but then and you can go back and listen to the meeting, but that's where the whole committee came together and we are recommending option 1.
Okay. Any other board questions, comments? No? Staff? Staff questions, comments? Before I go to public?
There's one public comment online.
Okay. We'll go to public comment then.
It's Lorna Ball online. She said, remember with the QR code, everyone will need Wi-Fi to scan.
Oh.
And also I want to make a point, sometimes people don't even use the envelope, so just put cash into the box.
Yeah. So I was like, why are you requiring them to put, check boxes and what they're additionally doing?
It's not really a requirement, it's just an option.
Yeah.
I've got a question. How long have the boxes been up and how much money have we made?
Well, so technically, we can't collect any fees until the board approves this action.
So none is the answer.
So
None is the answer.
currently. But once you guys approve a fee schedule, then we can start reporting on what happens in the boxes.
Okay.
And then, so the one good thing about, having the QR code on the envelope, and if somebody does not have reception, they can take it with them and pay later potentially.
Oh, that's true.
Take a picture.
Any more public comment?
There is.
Armor.
Public? Armor?
With the annual pass, I would charge more. I'd break it down like the golf course. You have $15 a day for $500. I'd break it down as the same thing, $5 third as a third of 500. So, it's a more equal golf course annual fee compared to an annual fee at the airport.
I guess my one thing against that is I think you can play golf more often than you can fly in here all the time. And also, you know, just as someone who is married to a pilot and knows other pilots, you know how people like begrudgingly accept change. So it's like, you don't want to just like, you know, just be like, oh, add to the RID doing this. So that's my one, like, where it's like we can slowly increase the fees. But I think $100 is pretty fair. That's like 20 landing. That's 20 nights.
I agree with you, Tristan. I think that is fair, and it is the opportunity to. We are changing a culture, and that it's a necessary change. So we can always revisit this and look at charging more later when there's more infrastructure put into place. Right now, the golf course has most of the infrastructure it needs, and we are doing continual maintenance and trying to get it even, you know, keep it up to par with community involvement. The airport, you don't really get that option with community involvement as we do with the
I
golf
think
course.
that there is profits being made by pilots. Profits being that they come out here to teach people how to land. So there is profits being made. People taking people up the big flat, and that is not happening on the golf course. So there is a possibility for you to make money by making a business out of that. $133 more than $100 is still could be a business-making endeavor.
However, we aren't out there, like we said, policing on how people are using their aircraft. And so the fact that if they're coming in and they're landing, they're still paying a fee. That's something that's more than what we're getting now.
Not if they're just landing and taking off and they never get out to
Or they
look
come
at the
back.
lawn. So I golf, so I see people land. And I see people land, take off, land, take off, land, take off without even parking.
That's actually against the rules of this airstrip.
Yeah, so maybe report
I've
that.
seen people do a U-turn in front of a person flying in too, so
Wow.
there's
Well, then call the number that you're supposed to report such violations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where's that at? I didn't see that posted on any.
Well,
spot
then
on
we
the
should
airport.
get that. That's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, Arlen, for your.
I would like to suggest that we also review this annually.
There was one more clarification online from Laura Ball. She says we chose $5 because Jerry indicated most airports were a $5 landing fee, except larger airports like LAX, she believes, which were $25.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's others that charge $8, but they have fuel and things like that, so.
This is very minimal amount.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that it should be as controversial, but.
No. All right, let's get a motion going. What do you think?
I will make a motion to approve airplane parking fee option number 1 of $5 per tie down landing with overnight stay as well, with the option of additional donation and the option for annual parking pass stickers for a $100 fee.
I'd like to add
With changes to add a line for comments. Yeah.
and I'd like the yearly review.
And a blue sticker.
And add into the motion a yearly review.
I'll second it.
All right, roll call.
Jeff Hildreth,
Aye.
Wes Bonheim,
Aye.
Touch Machine,
Aye.
Mike Solori,
Aye.
Tristan Sanders.
Aye.
Motion carries.
You're gonna get a pass.
Moving on, action item number 7, that's final action item. Consider ordinance number 76 imposing an additional special utilities improvement and operations tax on real property within the Resort Improvement District number 1, first reading.
Yes.
Chris.
Okay, so this, we had our discussion item last month on the special utilities improvement and operations tax, and proposing an increase to that tax. The measure, if passed by a 2/3 majority of eligible voters, will add $60 to the current $80 special utilities improvement and operations tax. I know in the discussion we talked about 55. I raised it to 60 based on a little bit more appropriations limit and a better math of how to divide that up between 1/3 and 2/3 between capital projects and operations. And also to keep it semi-low, to make it more possible to pass. I didn't want to make the same mistakes we made in the 90s by trying to double it, and I want to make sure there's enough room in the appropriations for other possibilities. But this could still conceivably raise over $230,000 more to the approximately $300,000 already generated by the existing tax. This is the first step. We draft do a first reading of an ordinance, and then we'll, once you approve these kind of language in this, then we'll hope to do our public noticing requirements, which is 45 days. We will send out a letter to every property owner informing them of this ordinance, and that we'll have a public hearing. Because of time requirements, I have to notify you of some changes. First, in the footnote, we say adopted July 17. Actually, that's going to be August 21 at the August 21st board meeting. And the other change, which is nice, is if this tax is approved on the June 2nd, 2026 election, which is a statewide election, we don't have to pay for that. We will have a slight county cost to add it to the ballot, but it's not a special election. It's already a statewide election. If it's approved, the county elections office told me it can go into effect 30 days after the election. So this can actually go into effect in the 2026-27 fiscal year. So at the top of page 2, where it says 27-28, we can change that. I'll change that to 26-27. So July 26, the change can go into effect. So,
Is that after they ratified the election? After they stamped it? Sometimes it takes a month.
Well, I'm not sure. I got this from the county elections office that they said it's still in effect. I don't know the process exactly. But,
Okay. This is just first reading, right?
Yeah.
So I've got some questions, Chris.
Yeah.
So out of all the people that have water, how many of them have electricity and how many have sewer?
I have to go back and look through the accounts.
And on that, and how many that have water have electricity and no sewer? Like, the reason why I'm asking this is, I would love to have power, but in order for me to have power, as we talked with John, you're asking me to put in grids infrastructure so that I can have power. Then you're asking me to approve a property tax for all property owners when all property owners are not created equal.
One clarification, this tax is for all 3 utilities. It can be used for any of the 3 utilities.
But that's kind of my point. So the water's the only one I get's water.
Yeah.
Right? So if I get water, but what I'm being asked is to support everybody's infrastructure that has sewer and electricity. Like I said, at the end of the day, grid makes their money. They either raise rates, increase customers, or alternative sources of income. So for me to support it, let's put it this way, I need to be convinced or shown why. But the why isn't really working right now because not all properties are created equal. Down the cove, they all have all the sewer. How many sewer connections are there versus how many people, are using sewer? You go up a high on the hill, I'm gonna go with Wes. He has a septic system. So we're being asked to support for all properties to support the infrastructure when there's a tremendous amount of people that don't have all the infrastructures, all three of them. So I would love more information. I would like to know how many people that have water, don't have sewer, and don't have electricity, and how many people have water, have electricity, and no sewer.
You know, and just out of curiosity, I know like PG&E, yeah, they do put in the poles. They will bring the power to you. I would be curious how much it would be for RID to bring poles
Well,
into your neighborhood.
I would prefer no poles. I would rather have them under the ground.
Oh, well, we can't, you can't have everything.
So there is power in his neighborhood because I live two lots down.
It goes up Cook, it doesn't, and then they made Chris and Diana put in 3 poles so they could get power. And that was 30,000 a pole or something like that. So I'm gonna say it depends where you are.
And I would be curious, like, I know this has nothing to do with the utilities thing, but just like as already, like, say this did pass, like maybe there is some incentive in like putting in poles to bring people into the electrical fold. Just, yeah. If it would be worth it, you know, and pay off long term.
So, Jeff, just to reiterate, you have a fiduciary responsibility to the district, not your personal
No,
needs or
totally
wants.
agree.
Okay,
Totally agree.
all right. So moving forward, do we feel this is in the best interest of the district to set this up?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with Jeff because I think that there are things that we get from having a functional sewer, even though I'm not on the sewer. But I think that if we are looking to convince folks to vote yes on this, then I think it's important for us to have a way to convince people who have Jeff's opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And so while I don't know that it necessarily will affect his vote either way as to whether or not he's going to vote yes on this particular item, I think going forward, as we start having that reaching out to the public, I think addressing folks who have concerns like Jeff's is important. And folks who have like just a lot and no utilities and have no interest or are unable to develop that lot.
So, and that's my point, sitting on this board, and we've had this discussion, and knowing the aging infrastructure, of course, I am for it, because I know what I know. But I'm gonna go back to on the selling side of it, you know, not all lots are created equal. So that's the selling point.
Yeah, I was keeping this simple, like with the original intention of the original tax in 1981. It was for every property, regardless if they have utility.
Right.
Most of the properties in 1981 were vacant. I did use the 2017 fire tax ordinance as a template to do this ordinance. In the 2017 fire tax, as Nick has explained, there are different levels of payment on the tax based on if the property is developed, if it's commercial, if it has a house, that kind of thing. There is a potential to change this tax to that, like say it's a vacant lot. I don't know, I'd have to talk to the county. I don't know how that would work. I just wanted to basically mirror what the original tax was doing.
Well, I think that's the hard sell with the rig, you know, with Nick's job on the fire department. You know, without the work that he's done, we don't have fire insurance. I mean, there's a bigger picture. But I think that what you just suggested, if we could do it based on his tiered system, lot, unimproved, whatever, it might be even a better sell to the public.
So
I think if we get the information out to the public and inform them of what this will do for us as a whole, as opposed to just a flat rate increase and just punishing the people that do buy our utilities, it is going to be tremendous. So this will help ease the pain. And if we get the word out, I think we would get enough support for this in the long run, personally.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The whole point of this is just to increase a special utilities tax that we're already doing, that hasn't been updated since 81. So it's just an increase. It's not doing something new, and it's something that has been well overdue. And it is just the registered voters in Shelter Cove that will be approving this. And right now, I think it does depend on us bringing it more into, do you want to be responsible for the total cost of the infrastructure as an individual ratepayer? Or do you want it to be spread out amongst all the properties? Now, I understand where the direction you're going, in that perhaps the people who are outside of the electrical, where you don't have power, you would have to be paying for the infrastructure, the power poles, to bring electric to your property. I do see that is a cost to you that the customer is bearing. But with that said, you are also choosing to purchase property in those areas. And so you need to do your due diligence in knowing where and how much those utilities are going to be costing you before you make that purchase. But also, I'm concerned about how you're framing it, and I know you didn't mean it this way. I don't believe you meant it this way, Jeff, but it really came across as, unless it's going to benefit you, you're not in support of it. And we are a community here, and it does affect us on whether or not the sewer, I'm not septic. I'm outside of the electrical zone as well. But I'm willing to pay an additional increase so that the district infrastructure remains, and the district remains solvent, and so that the burden isn't on every ratepayer. That's the whole point of the special utilities district, that all properties, whether they are developed or not, are contributing to our infrastructure. If we were going to be singling out which properties are developed, which properties aren't developed, then that's going to take a whole assessment of the whole entire cove and really start looking at whether or not supposed undeveloped properties should even be taxed in general. Now, ideally, they wouldn't be, but the county is receiving money for that, for those undeveloped properties. So I think honestly, everybody that I'm speaking with right now, even people who are, have had to pay for line extensions and whatnot, they're all very supportive of this so far. And it's not necessarily needing to convince all of the vacant lot owners. It's needing to convince the people who are here right now. And if we don't do this, everybody's going to be seeing their bills go up exponentially, $300 plus. So I don't know how much more of a carrot you need, because we're going to get hit with a stick if we don't pass it.
I guess maybe misconstrued my point. And so let me reiterate, Chris, the first time it passed. The second time it didn't pass. Mm-hmm. This third time it didn't pass. Nick informed me when you did the fire thing, it passed by one vote. Mm-hmm. So this is something that I'm just addressing the fact that it barely passed and it didn't pass twice. So we really need to focus on the convincing the public. I agree with you, Desha, as far as especially being on this board, on this tax. 100%. But reality also says in the past experiences, we lost twice and Nick got lucky by one vote. So we really need to have an informative, position so that it will pass.
I agree with you. I think the difference with this one is that the last time they were more than doubling the tax. We're not doing that. So definitely making sure people are aware of that. It's not as an increase like it was last time. It's minimal.
Yeah, I don't think the argument was made very well last time
either.
The tax, in lieu of a rate increase or alleviating a potential rate increase that would cost a lot more for the registered voters.
I mean, my only utility is water, and I can tell you, we are already having, I think we're coming to the end of our increase, that was approved, the 5-year increase.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, if we were having to bear the brunt of the water, just the water, we'd probably be outpriced, Jen.
Yeah.
We
And,
wouldn't be able
and
to
if you
afford
look
to
at
live
the
there.
budget too, most of the deficit is in water,
Yeah.
and every lot does have water.
Every lot has
Also,
capabilities for
we've
water.
been talking about this, we're gonna have to do a big media blitz campaign, possibly town hall meetings, and to get the word out. I've talked to many people, and they're for it. There are 2 people I spoke with that are very much so against it, but they are also not registered voters in this county. So, that's a plus. It looks like Nick has something.
Yeah, I just wanted to hit on just previous experience of ours, is some recommendations I can give. Before you guys leave today, you need to pick on what your overall narrative is gonna be for this tax. If playing devil's advocate is really important, we had to do that. We had 3 property owners that owned over 20 lots in the code, and they came together and campaigned against the fire tax. I personally went and talked to every one of them and said, hey, this is what you're gonna get. But again, it was hypothetical at that point. Now each one of them get over $3,000 a lot for the grant itself. So this will help people whether they know it or not. But it is the board and staff job to let them know how they're gonna benefit from that. An exact number of what is Jeff gonna receive, on his water bill versus a rate hike. Right? We can do those numbers. We know the number we have to add up to, and being very transparent with those numbers and letting people know. Just quick math and let them know, hey, if you vote no for this, you're gonna pay this much more on your rate. And that's easy to sell. We didn't have that at the time. Also is how you're gonna do the campaign. This is gonna be the most important thing that Red has going on in the next year. And so we have no other major sources of income, and you guys just voted on the budget. So this thing has to be taken seriously and stayed on top of, and looking at long term, we're gonna have to do this again at some point with other funding, including even with grants. Grants, you have to have something to match. So knowing where our funds are is also really important, so somebody can't say, hey, this is just a drop in the bucket, and then kill the campaign at that point. So I do think you guys are right. I do think this is one of the easier campaigns that's going on in the county right now, just because we have the ability to raise our rate. If this fails, we have to raise rates to maintain what we need to maintain. But the board needs to be together on this, the RID needs to be together on this, and every project we do is going to be under the microscope, right? Including the sports courts. So if the RID isn't together on how we're going to do the sports court, then people are going to be less likely to give us more money that we may or may not mismanage, right? I've already heard that throughout the community. And we got that with the fire department. Why do you need new engines, right? Why can't you get used ones? And it's taken 10 years to justify that, right? So if we can get ahead of that and come together and be like, no, we do have plans, we have visions that need more funding, and that consolidated narrative of we haven't increased this since 1980s, it's going to raise our rates. That's very important to nail down before we even put this out to the public that we're going to raise this rate or this tax and get it on the ballot. Because I've seen this in the past, it's not quite, it might go back to why it failed the last 3 times, is it may not have been taken fully seriously. And I think we're in more dire straits now with our funding that we can't afford not to pass taxes like this. So that's my 2 cents on it.
I would be more than happy to do a town hall meeting with a list of talking points with Chris and maybe another board member. And to get because it's probably gonna be a pretty hostile, crowd at the town hall, about an additional tax increase. I'd be more than happy to,
Curious crowd.
have,
Curious.
hundreds of people that are not happy with me. I'm used to that.
Yeah.
So,
I think we'll probably end up needing to do a couple of
we
them.
should a couple at least, yeah. All right, can we go to public comment? Because Arlen's been very patient.
And I think we could go on like K-Mud and have conversations there too. Things,
Absolutely, I love that.
I like that.
You guys also have the bad taste of, we as a community just got the zero fund from it, so you gotta do that. You need to motivate them that you guys are a board looking to make the code better. Like, I've said it over and over again, get the solar panels to decrease the power that you guys are using for this building, or the sewer, or this water treatment. Get those on there to show that you're trying to bring the rates down. Every time that the rates you're buying it from WAPA, you're on a tier just like we are. When we go into that other tier, it goes up. If you can bring our tier down, it brings everybody's tier down. So by you helping us, we'll help you.
Exactly.
Right. Also, Arlen, can we count on Scopola's support in this endeavor?
Well, yeah, we'll absolutely, we have 2 open meetings, too. You should probably want to jump on one of those to get your point and everything like that. I love it.
Can you let us know or let district general manager know when those meetings are? Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, this is first reading though, right? So we're not gonna do any voting?
My intention is to bring this back at the August 21st meeting with the resolution.
Okay.
In that meeting, you'll also, hopefully by then we'll have some protests, letters of protests and whatnot from property owners.
I'm starting mine now.
Okay, yeah. So are there any recommendations on the changes other than the ones I mentioned about August and 26, 27?
I personally like it how it is. We're just increasing an already on the books, special utilities tax that all properties are contributing to. Water is available to all properties.
But all these talking points, if they can put something together, so we have a list of talking points for this for the public, and maybe send them out to the board members because we're supposed to be talking to our community and spreading the word, and maybe shoot one to Arlen as well.
But I also think that it has to be noted that it's just not about utilities. It's about Shelter Cove's way of life. You know, so it has to be noted because again, it's one being on the same narrative, but it's also a question of quality of life, like what Arlen would just said. You know, knowing that we just got slammed on we have to show that our money's not going to go that way. It's going to go for our aging infrastructure, but also our quality of life. This is why we're all here, right? So again, that should not to be misconstrued because I am for it. I'm pointing out that not all property is the same. I kind of liked here Nick's thing from undeveloped to, you know, having a house on it, whatever. I think that it doesn't, it works. But I also think that more is merrier because we've had such deferred maintenance for so long that we really need more. And you want to know the fact of the matter is we really need more. You know, so I mean that part of that narrative should be, you know, this is the minimum we're asking. We really need more, so please support it.
Yeah.
I agree with you. That's why I'm hesitant to say, oh yes, we're gonna take on the cost of line extensions. When this is just adding to that. It's not that we're gonna be able to keep changing policy so that it's cheaper for the customers. We need that revenue as well.
All you have to do is look at the budget to know we need it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. It's pretty intense.
Well, and, last time Citizen had a good point about, even for the lot owners, and I don't think that absentee lot owners will be the ones voting on this necessarily. Well, they won't be allowed to because they're not registered to vote. But, rising tide raises all boats, right? Like their property values are going to go up and they have been going up. And so people who've owned lots have benefited from more people being in Shelter Cove and the value of property going up at Shelter Cove. And in order to maintain people here and to maintain the value of the property, we need to have infrastructure because without water, there's nobody here.
And honestly, really, I would like to see a little bit more of it. I'm going to go with this, obviously, just for ease. But I do think it would be interesting, how it was oh, if your property is developed. I honestly think that undeveloped property should be taxed at a higher rate with this, just because I feel like it's they're just yeah. We need to start encouraging more development in the Cove. And, that's just my opinion. But, and then it would be neat to see if you could maybe down in the sewer area, that would be an easy one that we wouldn't have to worry about who has power, everyone has water, but just the sewer zone, maybe it's a bump up But I don't know if it would even be worth it if it was like an extra 25 grand. Like, does that really matter? No. But
I didn't really want to complicate the current existing tax. In
yeah.
fact, if I tried to say, okay, well, undeveloped lots don't have to pay as much, I actually reduce their revenue potentially, so I don't want to.
No, I want them to pay more. I want them to pay more.
Yeah.
We're supposed to pay 55 and they pay 65.
Increase it, those properties with houses would decrease the chance of the vote
I
passing.
think we have to keep our statements and our missions simple.
There are a lot of people in the cove that do own quite a few lots spread out all over the place. And that's the ones we're gonna get a lot of pushback from. So we need to kind of plan our response from that type of resident. You know, it's a different
I
where.
mean, I don't know if it worked or not.
Nick's house. Nick's making
Yeah.
dinner.
You got our tab.
And a free fire truck ride.
Good news is there's only one vote.
Still only one vote, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're only one registered voter. If you have
Yeah.
30 lots, you're still, yeah.
The hardest sell though is the fact that everybody's hurting, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, cost of living, so like, that's why I want to keep the message simple.
And it would be nice to have, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead. I was trying to wrap
Oh,
up.
I was gonna say, yeah, I would just say like, yeah, having some sort of breakdown, like you pay $100 a month for this, and then, this is what it would, that comparison so people can digest it really easily. And then maybe like, hey, this is like the first project we actually want to work on, a water tank, or like, and have some solar panels or just like things that people are like, oh, okay, that's what they're gonna do with it. It's not gonna go to salaries or management or things like that, which I feel like people do have a skewed view on like government and how they spend money. So just like, hey, this would actually be like one of the first projects, how they like threw up the sign a little bit late though, like this was funded by Measure C on like the Cove Road, like, hey, this tank will be replaced. Like,
I'm gonna say though also that, if you have that information, when we have the town halls and those talking points come up, at least we're prepared to answer why.
yeah, and where it's going to go. And then also the water thing. I feel like Jeff does have a really good point. There are a lot of people that are just getting water and that just are anti taxes of any sort right now. So it's like just being aware. What?
21 houses.
Oh.
We keep them around for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't like saying it.
And how many are registered voters, Johnny?
Yeah.
3.
Okay, so we're gonna wrap this up. We've got no more public comment or staff comment. And then we're gonna take a quick lunch break and move into our closed session. Does that work? Jessica? Boss?
Yeah, say how long the break is, so everybody knows when to come back.
What do you need, 30 minutes? Anybody need any longer than that?
Yeah, right. What's your guys'
Well,
schedule
it's
look like?
closer.
I'll get back.
Meeting adjourned for 48 hours, so we'll be back here in about 30 minutes.
So like 1:30
1:30 per west.
per west.
Shit. No, it's my back.
Oh.